interrupt our program to bring you this important message.
Ask any racer, any real racer. It don't matter if you win by an inch or a mile. Winning's winning.
Tires and light the fires, big boy. I feel the need for speed. Ow! All right. Now starting, yeah, I got the mountain foreground, yeah, I got the river deep down. Welcome all my friends. Welcome all my friends.
Welcome everybody. On behalf of the Jordan family and the entire staff, welcome to Wiscasset Speedway. This is your track announcer, Ken Minot, ready to bring you the call of today's race program. We'll be getting things underway in just a moment, but first we'd like your visit with us to be as safe and enjoyable as possible. So we do have just a few simple rules we ask that you follow. Wiscasset Speedway strives to provide a family-friendly experience for everyone in attendance, so we ask that you please respect those around you and not use tasteless or vulgar language. Next, please keep the grandstand safe by keeping the walkways clear, and please do not stand up against the fence in front of the grandstands during the racing action. Should there be a racing accident along the wall, please stay back away from the fence until our safety crew has secured the area and ensured its safety. While auto racing is an exciting sport to watch, these cars do produce a significant level of noise. Therefore, we do provide ear protection, which is available for sale at the souvenir booth. We'd also like to remind you that there's no smoking or vaping permitted in the grandstand area or in any of the buildings on the grounds. If you do wish to smoke, you'll need to go out to your personal vehicle. And there's also no alcohol permitted. Also, please help us keep Wiscasset Speedway looking good by disposing of your trash and empty bottles in the proper containers located throughout the grandstand and concourse area. And finally, the most important rule while you're here today, have fun!
Welcome all my friends. Welcome all again. Welcome all again.
The drivers are ready. The crew is ready. We hope you're ready too. It's race time at Wiscasset Speedway. Get settled in, folks. The show starts now.
Hey, shake and bake, gal. Woo! Shake and bake.
And with that, a good afternoon, good evening once again, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls. Welcome back home to Wiscasset Speedway on this beautiful Saturday evening in the coast of Maine. And we present Group 1 Fan Appreciation Day, presented by Bazzuto's and the Hometown Foundation. The Davis Erector Group 207 Crate Modifieds are our Spotlight division tonight. This will be the first of 2 heat races for the Mod Squad to go with their 40-lap Pepsi Spotlight feature. Also in action, Pro Stocks, Thunder 4 Minis, 4-Cylinder Pros, Super Streets, and our friends from the Senior Tour Auto Racers are in town. Lineup for heat number 1 is Ethan Guptill in the 14, Jim Storis in the 66, Wiscasset Hall of Famer Alan Moeller in the 60, Doug Phillips in the 8, Doug Turtelot driving car number 6, and Andy Gilbert doing double duty today. He's in the number 38. Pace car ready to turn in, and as always, I'll turn things over to Nick Huff to bring you the heat race action.
Boogity, 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 here we go. Ken, I don't know if you realize this or said it to the fans, this is the very first time we've been able to split the crate mods up into 2 heats. 6 and 6, 12-car field tonight on an ever-growing division. First time they've ever been able to be split up into 2 heat races. And we've got a good one happening up front. Ethan Guptill in the 14, Jim Storis in the 66, right up tight, putting the pressure on. Then holding his own in third quite comfortably is Alan Moeller in the 60. But man, oh man, that battle for the top spot is far from over. Storis in the 66, hounding Guptill's every move. Side by side for 4th and 5th, with Andy Gilbert making his modified debut at Wiscasset Speedway. He's also a pro stock driver with us every week. Andy Gilbert was here a few weeks ago doing practice, but this is the first time he's been able to take the green flag, and they're still going at it for 4th place side by side. It's Doug Tortelot in the 6, on the inside of Andy Gilbert, still wheel to wheel, as they are solid in the top 3 up front. We're past halfway now, 4 laps left. It's Ethan Guptill starting to put a comfortable cushion in between him and 2nd place of Jim Storis from Kingston, New Hampshire. Storis comes all the way from New Hampshire to be with us at Maine's biggest and fastest. And they have decided the battle for the 4th position. It's the 6 of Doug Tortelot from Bodenham, Maine, taking over that 4th position as we see the 2 to go flags. I just said a lap ago that Ethan Guptill had been able to put a cushion between him and 2nd place, but I spoke too soon. We got the white flag, and Jim Storis in the 66 is knocking on the door. He was looking to the outside the last lap around, but this time they might just settle it in here for just a heat race win. It's gonna be Ethan Guptill with the first qualifier for Wiscasset's very own division, the 207 crate mods in their 2nd year as a division here at Maine's biggest and fastest. We have split them up into 2 heats for the first time, and Ethan Guptill takes the first of 2.
Yeah, this is this guy's first checkered flag in the modified. That learning curve is a steep one. This guy's picking up some speed every week and grabs the heat win. He'll be on the pole for today's Pepsi Spotlight in the number 14 from Paris. Ethan Guptill is your heat winner. Lining them up by handicap, which is their points of the last 4 races. We've actually had 4 different winners in the last 5 races here with the modifieds this season. As we get ready to roll out heat number 2. I guess they had a problem with one getting fired up there in the staging area. Now Johnny Black able to pull away with the pace car, and we'll roll up heat number 2. This is the top half of the modified draw. The top point getters over the last 4 weeks, including the top 3 finishers from the last. And we've got a Maine Racing Hall of Famer that is going to be in this heat race as well. All right, your lineup for this one, the reigning modified champion, Ryan Phillips, is in car number 89. He'll have Ryan Neal to his outside in the number 26. Row number 2 has Nick Hinckley in the number 15. Your only repeat winners in that number 4, John Rickey. Then on the third row, Brad Babb is in the number 33, and at his outside, going into the Maine Motorsports Hall of Fame this year, making his first modified race since the early 90s, Pete Rondo is in car number 68 tonight.
Qualifier number 2, 10 more laps. The Norm's Used Cars Mustang pulls in, and we see the green fabric waving. And Ryan Phillips drives it deep into turn 1 and quickly clears Ryan Neal. Ryan and Ryan on the front row, but Nick Hinckley now comes into the mix, up to second on the first lap. And following up the inside is the 33 of Bad Brad Babb. Ryan Neal gets shuffled back to fourth. This time around, 2 laps complete. It is Ryan Phillips in the 89. And Ryan Phillips looks to be pulling away from Hinckley, settling in single file. Ryan Neal keeping the pressure on Brad Babb. Ryan Neal certainly didn't like being on the top, but he is certainly as fast as those guys now that they settle into the inside line. John Ricky makes up the top 5 in the 4-car. The only repeat feature winner this season in that camouflage and neon orange numbered 4. John Ricky in 5th with the halfway flags being shown. 5 laps to go, and Ryan Phillips is pulling away even more from Nick Hinckley. Ryan Phillips able to click off a 15.3 versus 15.4 for Nick Hinckley. They are 1/10 of a second difference in lap times between the top 2. Brad Babb in the 33 breaks free from the clutches of Ryan Neal. Everybody getting spread out for the top 4. John Ricky keeping the pressure on Ryan Neal, though, for the 4th spot. We've got 2.5 laps left as the popsicle sticks are being shown to Phillips this time. Ethan Guptill picked up the first qualifier, picking up his very first checkered flag in hand at Wiscasset Speedway. Will Ryan Phillips join him in the qualifier wins? 1 lap to go. Ryan Phillips has 1 feature win this season. Nick Hinckley holding down second. Checkered flag flies. And your 2 qualifier winners are going to be Ethan Guptill and Ryan Phillips for the 207 Crate Mods, brought to you by Davis Erector Group.
Yeah, the reigning champ has been a winner already once this season and looks to pick up another checkered flag tonight. He'll get a heat win out of this one. And the number 89 out of Biddeford, that is Ryan Phillips, your heat winner. Those guys were changing an alternator on that car during practice this afternoon, so they've been already under the hood of that one and doing some work. Next class to roll onto the track, it's the County Truss 4-cylinder pros. 1 heat race tonight for the 4-cylinder pros. And these are our young drivers. Several of them have made the jump up from go-kart ranks to get onto the big track here and start honing their craft. Lineup has Dylan Anderson in the number 81 out of Warren, Austin Spencer out of Wilton in the 11, rookie Sam Fogg in the number 54, Jay Plummer is in the 45, Darren Miranda in the 13, Adam Taylor in the number 8, Roddy Romano coming off his first career podium in the number 3, your May driver of the month, Chastity Shorty in the number 19, Your most recent winner, Max Parlin, in the number 26. And Emmett Walker fills out the field here for the Pro 4s.
Pro 4s brought to you by County Trust Company. And they're green. 2x2 all the way through the field. What a start. Love to see that. They are still side by side all the way through the 10-car field. And the 81 breaks free single file, but everybody else is scrambling. They're almost 3 wide there out of turn 4, but I don't think anybody wants to be in that situation, so they likely could have had multiple 3 wide situations, but everybody wisely takes it easy here for the qualifier. We're 3 wide now. Austin Spencer's right in the middle. The 11, the Alan Kowicki throwback. Oh, he is bouncing back and forth, trying to maintain in the center without touching anybody, and he does a fine job. He gets shuffled deep in the field from his outside pole starting position, but everybody makes it through unscathed. It's Dylan Anderson in the 81 leading the way, but the 13 breaks free from the pack, and he is giving chase to the leader of Anderson. That 13 is Darren Miranda, and he's doing a crossover now, looking to the inside. And Anderson lets him have the inside line. He doesn't chop him going into one. Very nice driving by Dylan Anderson. Darren Miranda takes over the top spot, and here comes Rowdy Romano in the 3 up to second. Chastity Shorty up the inside, takes over third. Dylan Anderson is throwing anchor. He's going to fall out of the top 5 here momentarily. Jay Plummer in the 45 moves up to 4th. And here comes Max Parlin breaking the top 5. We're side by side for second. Chastity Shorty gets to the inside of Rowdy Romano. It's a dead heat drag race down the backstretch as Darren Miranda tries to pull away from that battle. We're past halfway. It's 3 laps to go. It's the Nugget, Darren Miranda, putting some distance between him and that second place battle that still resumes. Door handle to door handle into turn 3. Chastity Shorty and Rowdy Romano. Jay Plummer is right there, knocking on the door, waiting to see which line moves, which it's gonna be Chastity Shorty. So Jay Plummer sticks a nose to the inside of Rowdy Romano, looking for third. Rowdy Romano tries to chop down and contact is made. We got 1 lap to go. Everybody hangs on to it, but Romano gets shuffled out of the top 4. Chastity Shorty has chased down Miranda, and she puts a nose to the inside in the final corners. Checkered flag is waving. We're gonna have a photo finish. What a move by Chastity Shorty. In the final couple hundred feet, Chastity Shorty prevails in car number 19. What an exciting Pro 4 heat race.
Margin of victory, 4/100ths of a second for Chastity Shorty, your May driver of the month and the point leader coming into the weekend. And she picks up the heat win, although her last trip here was on the podium. Even though she gets the heat win, she'll have to race her way up through the field once again in the feature. But chalk up another checkered flag for this talented young girl out of Winslow. Chastity Shorty, your heat winner.
And those were the Pro 4s brought to you by County Trust Company. Whether you're putting up a new home, garage, camp, barn, or commercial project, County Trust Company delivers precision-engineered roof trusses built to your exact specs. You can count on Maine craftsmanship that you only find in a small town like Stetson at County Trusses.
Senior Tour Auto Racers on the track now for their heat race. These are the Sportsman Division. Always love rolling back the clock and welcoming the drivers of these vintage race cars back in town. They're here for today and for tomorrow's Heritage and Horsepower event. We've got Skip Stearns in the number 1, Charlie Lima in the number 2X, Ken Archambault is in the number 23, Michael Hayes in the number 7, John Mulcahy in the number 68, Tony Mendoza in the number 3, and Brian Callahan in the number 5.
That's right, ladies and gentlemen. The Heritage and Horsepower Festival is brought to you by Kennebec Equipment Rental tomorrow on the pit side from 10 to 3 p.m. And it is all to benefit the Maine Vintage Race Car Association. Make sure to join us on the pit side tomorrow at $5 for the Heritage and Horsepower Festival. We're going green with the Star Tour. It's the Senior Tour Auto Racers. Charlie Lima in the 2X clears his outside dance partner, the 1NH of Skip Stearns. Oh, Skip Stearns is coming back in turn 3. He drives it in deep and pulls it up wheel to wheel once again. Well, I think I've seen most of these cars before, except for that number 68 of John Mulcahy in the 6th position. That is a Ford Mustang turned into a modified. I absolutely love that body style, set up in modified transformation. That thing is beautiful. You see a lot of coupes that are tricked out as modifieds, but I've never seen a Mustang look like that. We've got ourselves a new leader. It's the 7 of Mike Hayes. And this time they're going to see the halfway flags. 4 laps complete, 4 to go. Here comes the number 3, challenging for the top spot. It's Tony Mendoza. Side by side into turn 3. Mike Hayes in the 7 is not going to give up without a fight. 3 laps to go. Up in 3rd. I'm going to guess that's a Ford Pinto. That's also a beautiful ride. That's not a coupe turned into a modified. Ford Pinto, that is, turned into a modified. Or maybe it's a Chevy Vega. I really don't know. Who is that? That's the 23. Trying to catch up to the top 2. It's getting tighter, but we've got only 1 lap left. That 23 is Ken Archambault Jr. Ken Archambault, that is. They've pulled it up side by side one more time, coming to the checkered flag. Who's going to get the win? Tony Mendoza in the 3 and Mike Hayes in the 7. It's Tony Mendoza in the black number 3. Tony Mendoza from Massachusetts. That's a 1936 Chevy. And I don't know why I wasn't looking at this roster the whole time with their make and model type. But Mendoza has a 1936 Chevy. And second place was Mike Hayes in the 7, a 39 Chevy. That 23 of Ken Archambault, that was a Ford Pinto. I called it, folks. Beautiful looking Pinto. Skip Stearns in the 1 takes 4th with a 1965 Chevy Nova. And I think it was Lima who rounded out the top 5. Charlie Lima with a 37 Chevy in the 2X. That was one of the divisions for the Senior Tour Auto Racers, also known as the Star Tour. Now it's time to go back to some regular Wiscasset divisions. It's time to go to the top shelf with the Pro Stocks.
T&L Automotive Pro Stocks, first of 2 heat races. We'll have Andy Gilbert in the number 17, as I mentioned, racing double duty today in the mods and the Pro Stocks. You got a couple guys doing that. To his outside, to be JT Thurlow out of Durham in the number 9. Shane Lane in the number 02 out of North Anson. James Osmond in the 05. David Getchell is in the number 88. And Charlie Colby making his Wiscasset debut. He's been running limiteds over at Oxford for part of the season, making his Pro Stock debut this afternoon. And Charlie's age finally matches his card number. 72 years young and still getting it done.
And we're green, green, green. Andy Gilbert, JT Thurlow. Nose to nose, a dead heat into turn 3. Doesn't get any more even than that up front. Still a tiebreaker on the front side. James Osmond has a bird's eye view of that battle happening directly in front of his 05 machine. Colby has made his way up to 4th in the 72. Andy Gilbert moves up a little high on Thurlow. Gilbert takes the lead to himself, and James Osmond gets underneath, and he's going for the top spot now. JT Thurlow crosses under, and now he's going to take a stab at Gilbert on the inside. JT Thurlow had a hard-fought battle on the top side for 2 laps, but now he switches under. James Osmond in the 05, your new leader in only, I think, his 3rd or 4th Pro Stock race with this new car coming back out of retirement. He sees the halfway flags. JT Thurlow completes the pass on Andy Gilbert as well. Put that number 9 into 2nd, and Andy Gilbert will reside in 3rd with a 3-car breakaway. Nobody's going to touch these guys. We got Dave Getchell in the 88 holding down 4th, and Shane Lane in the 5th spot in the 02 for the first of 2 qualifiers for the TNL Automotive Pro Stocks. Three laps to go for James Osmond in his first heat race laps led and first Pro Stock laps led of the season. That number 05 is looking stout tonight. His son Brett Osmond competes regularly in our late model class. And now old dad is back out of retirement, leading the first of 2 qualifiers in that Coastal Race Fabrication number 05. The checkered flag is gonna fly for James Osmond. Yeah, buddy. Coastal Race Fabrication on that 05, as well as Coastal Automotive. James Osmond picks up the first heat.
Yeah, this guy's a former driver of the year. He's got 15 career Super Street wins, but has not gotten a Pro Stock win yet in his career. Hasn't run this division regularly since 2021, but off to a good start today. And the number 05 from Wiscasset. Nice round of applause for James Osmond, your heat winner. Low handicap drivers in Heat 1. The top dogs are coming out in Heat number 2 to set the rest of the field. Plus one more new driver making his Pro Stock debut today. Heat number 2 will set the back half of the field for their 40-lap regular distance feature tonight. Hall of Famer Kelly Moore starts at the point in car number 47. To his outside, the point leader coming into the weekend, Logan Melcher out of Fayette in the number 41. Stephen Chicoine in the number 01 out of Windsor. Then comes the reigning champion, Nick Hinckley, out of Wiscasset in the number 15. And back on row 3 in the number 32, winner of the BIW Shipbuilder 100 2 weeks ago, Kevin Douglas in the number 32. And Tiger Colby in the number 78 jumping up to Pro Stocks to make his Wiscasset Pro Stock debut.
Yeah, you know, Ken, we haven't seen the Colbys for a little while, and then all of a sudden, 3 generations want to come out and race today. Tiger and his grandfather are going to race the Pro Stock, and then Chuck Colby. And we've got a false start there, calling this one off. But yeah, Tiger's dad, Chuck Colby's in the Super Streets today. They brought out 3 cars to all have a good time at Maine's biggest and fastest.
All right, I believe there's somebody flinched a little too early. They went too early, but here at Wiscasset, lead pairs got to work together. False start, we flip row 1 and row 2. So Chicoine and Hinckley will move up to the front row for this second try on the start.
Yeah, that's right. There wasn't like a clear, obvious jump on the start, but both the front runners took off too soon at the same time, and they get to go back 1 row for it. Sometimes we do things a little different at Wiscasset Speedway than some other tracks do. You have to wait till the flagman waves the green here. And so now let's see what happens with Chicoine and Hinckley. Nose to nose up front. Hinckley making some slow progress on the top side. He's just about clear going into turn 3. Nick Hinckley will take command. Stephen Chicoine in second in the 0-1, and here comes Kelly Moore. A little twitch from Chicoine out of turn 2. Oh, we've almost got a stack up on the backstretch. Something wrong with Kevin Douglas. Kevin Douglas trying to get out of the way. A close call as Colby and Logan Melcher had to lock up the brakes and stay off of Douglas. Douglas finally gets to the pits, safe and sound. Kevin Douglas, our most recent Pro Stock feature winner, and it was a special one, the 100 lapper brought to you by Bath Iron Works. But Kevin Douglas is not off to a great start today. The 32 is out of qualifying, and we just saw the halfway flags. This time at the line, it's going to be 4 to go for Nick Hinckley. Stephen Chicoine still holding off Kelly Moore in the 47. Nose to tail for second and third. Moore is right up tight, trying to put the pressure on and hoping Chicoine slips up, but Chicoine certainly isn't doing so as of yet, so now Moore is going to look to the top side. Only 2 laps remain. Here he goes. In the 47, he's bringing it up door to door with Stephen Chicoine. Almost dead even into turn 3. Kelly Moore now with the advantage in the middle of the corner. 1 lap to go. Qualifier number 2 is all Nick Hinckley. Chicoine moves up a little in the center of the corner. Kelly Moore still with the advantage going into 3. Who's gonna get second? They rub in the middle again. Oh my goodness. And the transponders read Kelly Moore for second.
9 1/1000th of a second, the interval at the line. Kelly Moore takes second, and that's a valuable spot because he came into the weekend 2 points behind Logan Melcher, so he'll leapfrog over Melcher and take the point lead going into tonight's 40-lap regular feature for the Pro Stocks. But up front, The man is in charge once again. Nick Hinckley, your reigning Pro Stock champion and Wiscasset Driver of the Year, takes the heat win. Great battle between Chicoine and Moore. All three, Melcher, Moore, and Hinckley, all locked in a really close points battle coming into the weekend. Actually, top 5 drivers in the class are separated by 20 points. As we roll out the Senior Tour Auto Racers, it's the Modifieds. All right, we've got Alan Zemla on the point in the number 43. Then comes Henry Stampfel in the number 0. Jamie Falcone is in the number 10. Gary Moore is in the 1 NHP. James Young in the 13. Mark Parmentier in the number 00. Glenn Billings is in the 12C, that beautiful Brett Bodine car. I believe that's the car that Brett Bodine actually raced back in the day. Paul Jacques in the number 8, Dwight Picard in the number 16, and Dennis DeSottles in the number 2.
Senior Tour Auto Racers Modifieds. Green, green, green. Henry Stampfel, Alan Zemler, your lead pair. As the outside lane takes command in that 0. Henry Stampfel out of Plainville, Massachusetts. Happy to have these guys come from out of state to be here at Maine's biggest track. Your leader in the 0 is wheeling a 1939 Plymouth Coupe. And here comes a newcomer to second place. It's the 10 of Jamie Falcone. Oh, we got some smoke and the 3-wide pinball situation. Yellow flag has to come out. One car almost comes to a stop over there. They're rolling away real slow, but there was some cars certainly off the pace there momentarily, so we will regroup and see what happened over there. All right, the number 1 gets back rolling. That was Gary Moore. Out of Manchester, New Hampshire, will tag the tail. 3 laps are complete, 5 to go. And we'll group them back up. Side-by-side formation. Not quite ready to turn them loose yet. 1 extra pace lap around with 5 to go in the Star Tour Modified Division. As the Thunder 4 Minis are on deck, preparing for battle up next. The Thunder 4 Minis brought to you by Maine Army National Guard. Before this, we just wrapped up the Pro Stock Heat races. Those are brought to you each and every week by the Melcher family at T&L Automotive in Jay, Maine. If you're around that area in Jay, T&L Automotive is your place to go for your automotive repair and maintenance needs. And we're green, green, green once again. 3 laps are in the books. The 0 takes the lead to himself once again. It's Henry Stampfel clears the 10 of Jamie Falcone. That number 12 is now into the top 3. Look at that beautiful neon-colored ride. That number 12 is Glenn Billings. The 10 washes way up high, almost into the marbles and into the wall, but he gathers it back up after losing 2 spots. Put the 10 back to 4th now. Jamie Falcone loses 2 positions, back to 4th he goes. And now we've got a battle starting to heat up for the 2nd and 3rd spots with 2 laps to go in the Star Tour Auto Racers. Henry Stample out of Plainville, Massachusetts has this one all wrapped up if he doesn't make any mistakes, as he sees the white fabric waving for 1 to go. But here comes that 8 to the outside for 2nd. We've got a barn burner heating up for 2nd, and Stample, he slips up coming out of 2. The 2nd and 3rd place cars get on the rear bumper of him, and the checkered flag's flying. Oh my goodness. Almost a photo finish for the top 3. Senior Tour Auto Racers did not disappoint for their heat race. Stample holds on to it. Glenn Billings for 2nd. Paul Jakes for 3rd.
Yeah, a lot of these drivers coming up from southern New England to join us today, their yearly appearance, and they absolutely love it here at Wiscasset Speedway. This guy met earlier this morning and was a riot to talk to. Absolutely loves the Senior Tour Auto Racers. Mr. Stample will get the win. And again, don't forget the Senior Tour Auto Racers will be joining us tomorrow as part of Heritage and Horsepower, which will be over on the pit side. A lot of these cars, beautiful, either restorations or replicas of cars that have torn up the tracks of New England back in the day, and wonderful job making those cars look so nice. Maine Army National Guard Thunder 4 Minis roll onto the track for their 10-lap heat race to go along with their 25-lap feature. Silas Ham had been scheduled to line up at the pole position, but voluntarily drops to the tail end of the field. So everyone moves up 1. Jeff Farrington is out of Alda in the number 0. Then comes the Squirrel, Shane Weber out of New Vineyard. He's a former champion in that number 7. Gregg Norton in the 19. Sean Bergeron in the number 73. Then comes your point leader, Derek Cook, in the number 88C out of Livermore. Donnie Fletcher in the number 88. The 42 is Ricky Austin out of Norridgewock. He's been a winner this year. Nelson Stevens driving the Shane Weber backup car, and the aforementioned Silas Ham in the 39. Pace car ready to turn in, and the green flag is out, off and running. Yeah, Mrs. Squirrel normally runs that pink numbered 7, but Nelson Stevens moving up from the Roadrunner division to run that car today. We stay side by side, double deep in the front 2 rows. Weber able to drive around the outside of Farrington to take the lead, and Derek Cook is right on his heels and quickly jumps to the outside to take a shot at the lead.
And he's gonna do it. Shane Weber with a nose up on Derek Cook. And they begin to walk away from the 3rd and 4th place battle of Farrington and Norton. Norton in the 19 has a little smoke stream slipping off the back of that Celica. And we just interviewed him during the fan appreciation front stretch celebration, and Norton had to do a motor swap throughout these last couple weeks. And he said this new junkyard motor had 176,000 miles on it. I hope it holds up tonight. It's smoking a little bit, definitely not as stout as his motor from 2 weeks ago. Shane Weber takes the top spot to himself. Derek Cook doing all he can to maintain on the top side, as they just saw the halfway flags with 5 laps to go. Make it 4 to go this time across the front. Still 2x2 for 3rd, 4th, 5th, and 6th. Norton with the advantage on Farrington for 3rd place. And then it's Donnie Fletcher and Ricky Austin barking at the bit behind those guys, waiting to see which line moves. And the outside lane moves. Norton leaves Farrington in the dust, and so Ricky Austin puts that chrome number 42 to the top side to try to move up to 4th. We got 2 laps to go still, and they are heating up for the top spot. Derek Cook winds it back up on the outside, looking for the slingshot in the 88C. A lap and a half to go, and Cook is coming. Derek Cook starting to cook up for a second wind here. White flag is out. Gregg Norton all settled into 3rd. Ricky Austin takes 4th away from Jeff Farrington. Farrington rounds out your top 5, and we got contact up front. Norton trying to capitalize. Can he do it? They hit the dust and stay side by side. We've got a big wreck into 1, and a red flag is out at the checkered. Oh my goodness, a red and checkered has to wave as the back markers hit the turn 1 wall. Silas Ham with collateral damage on the 37 right front fender. This race is over, and Derek Cook got it at the line. Shane Weber for 2nd, Gregg Norton 3rd. But we are rushing to the scene of Silas Ham. Ricky Austin in the 42 takes 4th. Jeff Farrington for 5th.
All right, initial report from Mikey down there in turn 1. Our driver is shaking up a little bit, but otherwise okay. But we'll make sure we get our EMTs, our medical crew, Tanya and Colby down there to check on him. Most likely we'll get a ride back to the pit in the emergency vehicle. We're going to go ahead and get back under caution pace and bring them around, the rest of the field around to head back for the pits. Our first Pro Body Works cleanup of the afternoon as we clear the scene. We'll get the AC towing crew over there to pick up the 37 of Silas Ham. And as we said, a little bit shaken up. He'll get a ride back to the pit with the medical crew. Lots of times the adrenaline wears off and you don't realize you might be a little more banged up than you thought.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, this 2026 season at Wiscasset Speedway is brought to you in part by Rennie's, a Maine adventure. If Rennie's doesn't have it, well, you probably don't need it. Quality merchandise, great values, and a truly unique shopping experience. A family-run business for over 75 years. Visit one of our 19 locations across the state of Maine at Rennie's, a Maine adventure. If you want to try the best seafood around, make sure to hit up the Seabasket restaurant. When you're craving real Maine seafood, they are just down the road on Route 1 at the Seabasket in Wiscasset, serving locals and travelers for more than 40 years. From golden fried clams and haddock to scallops, shrimp, and their famous onion rings, every meal is cooked hot, crisp, and wicked delicious at the Seabasket. Dine in, take out, or grab something on your way home from the track. Fast, friendly, and always fresh. Fresh, local, and family owned. That's the Seabasket Restaurant, Route 1, Wiscasset.
Hey, Nick, we've been talking about Heritage and Horsepower tomorrow, but we are in action next Saturday night here at Wiscasset Speedway. Yes, we're racing on the 4th of July. We'll be here celebrating America's 250th birthday with nothing that screams America more than race cars, right? Race cars and American flags.
I wouldn't want to have it any other way.
It'll be Group 2 in action, late models, strictly streets, road runners, and sport modifieds. But we got a couple guests in town as well. We're going to have the Pro Truck Challenge back in town for the first time in 3 years. They'll be here racing next weekend. And the Crown Vic's back in town as well. That's always fun. So a couple extra added divisions for you. And, of course, we're going to shoot off a few fireworks at the end of the show. But we'd like you to join us for that once again. The pit gate will open up at 1 o'clock. Grandstands at 3 o'clock for the season ticket holders, 4 o'clock for general admission, and then the green flag flies on all the action at 5 p.m. next Saturday night.
Yeah, I know we've been trying to get that Pro Truck Tour here on numerous occasions. I think that we've axed it from the last couple of years, but because a few years ago they couldn't really pull enough trucks to get here, so they got canceled at the last minute, so that was unfortunate. So I have been super pumped to see them make their return. Gotta love a good truck racing class.
Absolutely. And let's roll out the Darlings Brunswick Ford Super Streets. This will be the first of 2 heat races for the Super Street division. Going to roll them through the speedy dry a little bit there to clean up things in turn 1. Again, the low handicap drivers in heat number 1, the high handicap drivers in heat number 2. Lineup for this one, we'll have Jason Oakes, or nope, wrong one, sorry. That's Josh Hall in the number 117. Then comes the number 48 of Dan Nesmith. Number 4, Caleb Emerson Maines. He missed the last race, lost the engine in his car about a month ago, and finally back in action in the number 4. Then comes Jason Oakes, a 2-time champion in car number 11. Tyler Robbins is in the number 34. Kevin Douglas doing double duty today in Pro Stocks and Super Street action. And Ben Jewett in car number 97 will fill out the field here for heat number 1. We'll go lights out at the line next time by. The Super Streets brought to you by Darlings Brunswick Ford, where Maine drivers find the trucks and SUVs built for our roads, our weather, and our way of life. Whether you're hauling, towing, or just getting the family around, Darlings has the Ford that fits your day. Friendly people, fair deals, service that keeps you rolling. Darlings Brunswick Ford over at Cook's Corner in Brunswick.
Super Streets coming at you. We've got lots of drivers doing double duty today in a couple classes. Love to see it. Oh, we got contact out of turn 4. And more slamming into 1. Oakes came down on Tyler Robbins. Tyler Robbins returned the favor going into turn 1, and he takes the spot back away. Tyler Robbins in the 34 up to 4th once again. And we're keeping an eye on them, folks. Oakes puts the front bumper right up the rear of Robbins into 1 again. Tries to shake him up, but Tyler Robbins so far not going to be phased. Oh boy, we've got one heating up there for 4th place. As Josh Hall pulls away from Caleb Maines and Dan Nesmith in the 3rd position. But these guys are playing slap and tickle for 4th and 5th. Laps to go, and Josh Hall having the best run we've seen him have all year. Nobody's touching him in this qualifier. He's pulling out to almost a straightaway on Caleb Emerson Maines. And Kevin Douglas is now going to be the first one to pull it up into the 2nd groove. Car number 43 looks to the outside of Jason Oakes to crack the top 5. Can he get her done? Tyler Robbins is going to also join him up there and look to the top of Dan Nesmith. And we've got 2 side-by-side battles for 3rd, 4th, 5th, and 6th. With 2 laps to go, Josh Hall and Caleb Emerson Maines have their spots locked in. But things are heating up. Put 4 cars under a blanket from 3rd on back. A lap and a half left. Nesmith trying to hold on to 3rd, looking at that white flag around the front stretch this time. 1 to go. It's all Josh Hall and Emerson Maines. Dan Nesmith fighting for his life there for 3rd. Tyler Robbins making slow progress on the top side. Checkered flag is flying. And Oakes is going to move up on Robbins. More contact down the front stretch for those 2. Robbins and Oakes are certainly not happy with each other in this qualifier. A little bit of smoke has been trailing off that 34. We'll keep an eye on that for sure. But Oakes certainly hinders Robbins from progressing a spot. So Robbins will settle for 4th, Oakes for 5th. And Josh Hall gets the qualifier win. Make some noise for the 117. Caleb Emerson Maines had 2nd place locked down, but man oh man, we were entertained with a good 3rd place battle for this first of 2 Super Street qualifiers. Here they come once again. Qualifier number 2 is going to be led by Andy Caherl. And the Super Streets are brought to you by Darlings Brunswick Ford. With Bubba Pelton, the dance partner on the front row with Caherl. Happy to have Bubba Pelton back at the track. This is only his 2nd appearance of the season. Second row will have David Speedleaf and Noah Haggett. Noah Haggett, the defending Super Street champion from 2025. On the outside of David Greenleaf. The back row is going to have Brandon Jewett in the 77 and Chuck Colby in the 87. Makes his first appearance of the season. And we're green for qualifier number 2. A drag race down the backstretch. Pelton with some serious might going into turn 3. He's just about clear of Caherl, and he's going to clear down the front stretch. Bubba Pelton drops to the inside going into the turn 1 on lap 2 and begins to pull away from Andy Caherl. Now Caherl is going to be on defense from Noah Haggett. The defending Super Street champion pulls up alongside Andy Caherl, who has 1 feature win, his first ever Super Street win a month ago. Goes wheel to wheel with Haggett. Chuck Colby in the 87 started dead last. He picks off a couple spots. He gets by Jewett in the 77, and now he moves up to 4th from David Greenleaf in the 58. Bubba Pelton, in only his second race of 2026, is on rails today. A straightaway on Noah Haggett at the halfway flags. 5 laps remaining. Now that Haggett has broken free from the field, we'll look at their lap times. Pelton able to click off a 16.6. Noah Haggett is looking at a 16.8. Pelton also the last time around was a 16.6, and Haggett's only able to do a 16.8. Pelton is 0.2 of a second faster. Chuck Colby looking to the top side of Andy Caherl for third place. That 87 still residing up in the second groove with 2 laps left. Super Street qualifier number 2, 1.5 laps remain. White Laundry is waving for Bubba Pelton. Noah Haggett is gonna move up into the second groove and see if there's any traction up there. Let's utilize this for a practice run for the feature that counts. Pelton is gonna pick up the checkers. We've got a race for third. Chuck Colby in the 87 snatches third away from Andy Caherl on the final lap. A drag race out of turn 4 finds Colby taking third and Caherl settling for fourth.
He'll roll into victory lane. He's a former champion here in the Super Street division. Out of Scarborough, Richard Bubba Pelton is your heat winner. Folks, that'll do it for our heat race action. We're going to take a brief intermission, give you guys a chance to get up and stretch, get yourself a bite to eat, visit our friends over at Wilford's Trackside Grill by the main entrance. The Doughboy people are here. Oh, that's always tasty. Got some pizza and stuff downstairs here at the Inside Groove. And, of course, we mentioned earlier, see Robin at the souvenir booth. Get yourself a memento from tonight's action, or, again, that sun's going to be kind of crazy here in a little bit, so she's got sunscreen, sunglasses, hats, toys for the kids too. So we'll be back in about 10 minutes, and we'll get you ready for our Pepsi Spotlight feature for the Davis Erector Group 207 Crate Modifieds.
Wiscasset Speedway would like to thank Midcoast Federal Credit Union. They are welcoming new members daily at each of their 5 branches here in Midcoast, Maine. Their goal is to empower their members with the resources needed to enjoy financially successful lives. Visit their website to learn more about their innovative products and services at Midcoast Credit Union. See them on the web at www.midcoastfcu.me. And also, folks, it is a hot one, and we are gearing up for the first feature that is going to be brought to you by Pepsi, our Spotlight feature. So it's a hot one, and it's a great opportunity to go grab an ice-cold Pepsi at any of our concession stands. Pepsi is the official soft drink of Wiscasset Speedway. When the engines fire and the grandstands shake, cool off with the crisp, refreshing taste of an ice-cold Pepsi. Pepsi, fueling the fun at Maine's biggest and fastest. High-energy race night with Pepsi Spotlight.
All right.
It's Pepsi Spotlight feature time.
Keep on rolling, baby. You know what time it is.
Hayden please report to victory lane? All right, ladies and gentlemen, our drivers are here for today's Pepsi Spotlight feature. It's for the Davis Erector Group 207 Crate Modifieds. Before we give you the starting lineup at this moment, we ask that you all please rise if able, remove your hats, and direct your attention to the flag in the middle of the infield as we offer our invocation followed by the national anthem. Heavenly Father, we thank you for this day. We thank you for our family here at Wiscasset Speedway and all the joy they bring to us with the sport that we love. As we gather today, we pray for the people of Venezuela as they recover from the deadly earthquakes and all the loss that they've suffered this week. We pray for their safety and recovery moving forward. Please watch over our drivers as they compete today. Guide them with steady hands and clear vision. Watch over our fans and staff as we enjoy the show. And as always, we ask for your protection over those who put themselves in harm's way each and every day so we may remain safe and free. We ask this in your holy name. Amen. All right, folks, get settled in. It's time to meet our starting lineup. First, we got to meet our junior official down at the start of the grid. Please welcome Tucker Hayden. And now for our drivers. Starting in the 12th position, this gentleman comes up from Mooresville, North Carolina to join us this weekend. He's a Maine racing legend going into the Hall of Fame this year. From Saco, Maine originally, welcome in the number 68, Mr. Pete Rondo. Also making his modified debut in the number 38 today, hauling down from Jackman, Maine, in the number 38, welcome Andy Gilbert. In the 10th starting position, driving car number 8 from Phillips, Maine, welcome Doug Phillips. Starting in the 9th position, driving car number 6 from Bodenham, this is Doug Turtelot. In the 8th starting position, this guy's got a win under his belt already this year. In the number 33 out of Wyndham, this is Brad Babb. The only repeat winner in this division so far this year starts in the 7th position, driving the number 4 car out of Westbrook. Welcome, John Rickey. Wiscasset Speedway's reigning driver of the year starts in the 6th position, driving car number 15 from Wiscasset. Welcome, Nick Hinckley. Another driver with a win under his belt already this year in the number 26. He starts 5th tonight from Wiscasset. Welcome, Ryan Neal. The reigning division champion starts outside of row number 2 in the 4th position, driving the car number 89 out of Biddeford. Welcome Ryan Phillips. To his inside, starting in the 3rd position, is a Wiscasset Speedway Hall of Famer in the number 60 from Dresden. Welcome Alan Moeller Sr. And on the front row, this veteran racer joins us from Kingston, New Hampshire in the number 66. Welcome Jim Storis. And at the pole position, compliments of his first career modified checkered flag in the number 14 from Paris. Welcome Ethan Guptill. That is your starting lineup. Let's get our drivers strapped in and ready to race.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the main event. Let's get ready to rumble!
Get your blood pumping. Get your blood pumping. Get your blood pumping.
All right, folks, our drivers are ready. Let's send things down in victory lane with Nick Huff.
All right, guys, let's hear it.
Ready?
Drivers, start your engines!
I love that noise. Let's go racing. wave those checkered flags. Show these guys you're ready for 40 laps of modified action here at Wiscasset Speedway. Jim Davis and the Davis Erector Group bring you the 207 Crate Modifieds. As they have their biggest field in the year and a half that this division has been in existence, continues to build up, and the action is always hot. We're going to find out here in a minute. To the attention of Chief Starter Dave Sturgis, green flag is out. Hammer down into turn 1 and 2. Ethan Guptill will lead him on to the backstretch. Jim Storas settles it into second. A lot of smoke out of that number 8 of Doug. Oh, problems for a couple drivers. And the caution flies. There was smoke coming out of the 8 of Doug Phillips, and now John Ricky's got a problem. Had a big puff of smoke out of the 4 car heading down into turn 3. And I don't know if the other guys realize they can pass him right now. There you go. That is a big hit for our Crate Modified point leader. John Ricky enjoying an 18-point lead over Nick Hinckley coming into the weekend. John was a 6-time winner last year, which was tied with Zach Audette for top winning driver here at the track last year. But this is not the way he wanted his night to go. That car had been smoking a little bit in the heat race, and there was a big puff of smoke. Something letting go there in turn 3. So we'll bunch them up. They did not complete that first lap. The scoreboard says so, but race control declaring that lap not complete, so they'll go back to the original starting lineup, minus the 4 car of Ricky and the 8 car of Phillips. Now all these other sharks that are still on the track, they got to smell that blood in the water as the point leader's now out of the race. And a chance to gain some valuable points on him. As I said, Nick Hinckley came into the weekend 18 points back. Ryan Neal and Ryan Phillips a little further back than that, but it'll certainly tighten things up if Ricky's not able to come back out and finish this race. Lineup is all set. They're giving Ricky a couple courtesy laps, but I'm not sure if that's going to help. Sean Kimball up in the tower today, filling in for Scott Chabuk, who's the normal Group 1 race director. Sean usually handles Group 2. All right, field crossing up. We're going to get back at it. Again, back to the original starting lineup, minus those 2 cars that had mechanical issues. Doug Phillips, yeah, he's actually going to roll back on the track. They continue to work on the 8 car. And we'll try it again. Pace car will take the turn in. Still more smoke out of the 8. Once again, Ethan Guptill gets the jump. Storis will have to settle it into second. That leaves them 2 wide behind him. Alan Moeller and Ryan Phillips. Phillips able to take over third. Alan Moeller's got more company on the outside as Nick Hinckley pulls up alongside. Jim Storis takes the lead as they finish lap number 2. Doug Phillips moves up to, Ryan Phillips that is, moves up into second. Little contact into turn 1. Storis came across the nose of Ryan Phillips. Hopefully no damage to that left front tire. Now Nick Hinckley clears the 14. Hinckley will move that Picard Brothers number 15 car up into third. Guptill shuffled back into fourth. Ryan Phillips chasing Jim Storis, the veteran out of Kingston, New Hampshire. Three-car breakaway. Guptill starting to slip back toward the 60 of Alan Moeller. Moeller's got Brad Babb on his hip. Jim Storis has been at this for a long time. He's an accomplished modified and super modified driver. As I mentioned, this class has produced 4 different winners over the first 5 races. Storis showed the bottom but then closed it off in turn 2. Phillips has got to regroup. There goes Doug Phillips down pit road. Ryan Phillips not wanting to try the outside, so looks like Nick Hinckley's going to do it. Phillips won't try it, but Hinckley will. Jim Storis has been showing a good amount of the bottom of the racetrack on the straightaway, trying to get a good entry point into turn 1. Nick Hinckley tiptoeing up along the outside of Ryan Phillips. Door to door for second and third. That's going to give Storis a chance to pull away a little bit. And Hinckley has an advantage up on the high side for second. Hinckley takes that spot by just 1/100th of a second. Can't quite clear the 89. Great battle for second and third between Phillips and Hinckley, the reigning mod champion and the reigning Pro Stock champion. They're trading that spot back and forth. Again, just 1/100th of a second, the interval between those two. That only helps Jim Storis. He's continuing to stretch out his lead. It's up to 0.8 of a second now over that pair. I knew it wouldn't take long for Storis to figure out this track. He's picked up a lot of speed over the first half of the season. Ethan Guptill right behind that pair for second and third. He's closing in on him. Make that a 3-car battle for position. And we're going to hit the halfway marker this time by. 20 laps down, 20 laps to go. Ethan Guptill on the rebound in the 14. He had slid back out of the top 5. Now he's going for second. Gets into Phillips as they get into turn 3. Phillips may have he slipped up. Not sure if he has a tire going down, but he just lost 3 positions. Ethan Guptill moves up into second, brings Brad Babb with him up into third. Babb came out of nowhere. He was quite a ways back of that group. Now is that 33 car coming to life. Jim Storis with a 2.1 second lead. Still the fastest car on the track. These guys normally run a 30-lap race, but being the Pepsi Spotlight, 10 bonus laps are on the table. $25 down, will make it 26 this next time by the line. And Ethan Guptill is actually closing up on Jim Storis. Guptill has been 0.2 faster than Storis each of the last 3 laps. Checking in on Pete Rondo. He's running in the 8th position right now. Almost half a lap behind the leader, Jim Storis. Ryan Neal goes around. And that is going to bring a whole new look to this race as we close in on the final 10 laps. Ryan Neal loses it out of turn 4, and Pete Rondo, close call, able to get out around him.
Yeah, but Pete Rondo did clip him with the left front tire, and that's why the 68's left front tire is down. But it was a solo spin by Ryan Neal. He didn't have any help, but Pete Rondo did clip him just barely on the Nerf bar when Ryan Neal was spinning. Pete Rondo will head down pit road for a tire change.
Yeah, a lot of people involved in helping get Pete prepared to race today. Again, I mentioned he hasn't run a tour-type modified since the early 90s, back when they were running regularly at Beech Ridge Motor Speedway. And Pete coming up this weekend for the Heritage and Horsepower Festival and a chance to race. They talked him into hopping in a race car. Andy Jones playing a big part of that. Preparing a couple of race cars. We've got a Willie Elliott throwback car down there, and Pete Rondo throwback car in the pits too that'll be shown off tomorrow as part of Heritage and Horsepower.
Certainly not something that Jim Storis wanted to see. A caution as he had gathered up a massive lead and was ready to cruise off into the sunset literally here at Wiscasset Speedway with 11 laps to go. He was untouchable. Ethan Guptill has had a second wind. For a moment he was riding in 4th and he was losing ground on the 2nd and 3rd place battle, but then out of nowhere Ethan Guptill reeled them back in. It will certainly be interesting to see if that 14 car has just found some speed late in the race out of nowhere and has anything to surmount a challenge with the 66.
Yeah, they are changing that left front tire on the 68 of Pete Rondo, so a couple of courtesy laps, and we'll get this one back underway. Again, these guys normally run a 30-lap weekly race, but Pepsi Spotlight Race gets extra bonus laps, 10 extra on the table for the mods today. Again, want to thank Jim Davis and the Davis Erector Group for supporting this division once again this season. All right, I guess we are going this time. Storis and Guptill get it back to green. 10 laps to go this time. Brad Babb coming up in the second. Guptill shuffle back to third. Good battle back there again between Hinckley and Phillips. They duked it out the first 10 laps of the race. They find themselves side by side again. A pair of super modified drivers up front that like to dabble in the modifieds from time to time as well. Brad Babb and Jim Storis. Alan Moeller off the pace a little bit in the 60. Storis shuts the door into turn number 1. We got a spin over in turn 4 again. And is Ryan Neal once again. Tough day for him.
And again, Pete Rondo in the 68 just barely squeaks by. So Pete Rondo did make it out of the pits just in the nick of time. He was a half a track behind him, but he stayed on the lead lap, so he'll be right there in the midst of it when we restart it. Pete Rondo catches a lucky break. Ryan Neal with a couple of solo car spin cautions. This is some very uncharacteristic driving and behavior by Ryan Neal tonight. Something's got to be off that he doesn't like the handling on that 26 this evening. Brad Babb was able to capitalize starting on the inside of that last restart and take over second from Ethan Guptill. Now they're going to swap it up. Will Ethan Guptill be able to return the favor?
Yeah, Storis has shown the bottom of the track to Guptill and Babb, actually Phillips and Babb throughout this race, but able to hold them off each time. 33 complete out of 40. Yeah, Dave Sturgis didn't like that start. Jim Storis is relatively new to Wiscasset, and we keep telling him in the drivers' meetings, you go on the flagman's green here, that lead pair have to work together. And with a bad start, we flip row 1 and row 2. That puts Ethan Guptill at the point and Ryan Phillips up to the outside. I think they let him get away with it the first time, but the second time a little more egregious. I know with the super modifieds that Jim Storrs and Brad Babb typically race, they do let them fire off a little further back toward turn 3, but not in the regular weekly mods. Good start, and we're off and running. Guptill and Phillips now on the front row. Ethan Guptill will take the lead. Phillips trying to squeeze down in front of Storrs to grab second. Ethan starting to pull away a little bit from the champ. A 2-car length advantage with 5 laps to go. Will we have our 5th different winner in 6 races this season? Guptill, Phillips, and Storrs still 1, 2, 3. Nick Hinckley back in 4th. Brad Babb back to 5th with 2 laps to go from Dave Sturgis. White laundry flies this time. Final time down through turn 3 and 4. Checkers are in the air. Ethan Guptill will get his first career win. The kid legit earned it in this one. Held off some of the top drivers in this division to grab his first career feature win here at Wiscasset Speedway. Just 2 years ago, this kid had never driven a rear-wheel drive race car. And today, he's a winner here on Fan Appreciation Night here at Wiscasset Speedway. Ryan Phillips will get the win, finish second, that is. Jim Storrs will get his first podium appearance in 3rd. Nick Hinckley 4th and Brad Babb 5th. As the top 5 are summoned to the backstretch wall for a tire check from our tech director, Brian Potter, and his assistant, Eddie Bellows, helping to hold down the tech duties this year. If you remember, if you've been around this place for a while, you remember Brian Potter driving in the Charger division here at Wiscasset back in the late 80s and early 90s. Nick Hinckley will head pit side and get ready for his next race tonight, the Pro Stocks. And you knew Dad would be the first. No, that's not Dad. That's his buddy. Dad's got to get the ride, the golf cart. Here he comes up into victory lane. And again, we love first-time winners, so let him hear when he gets up out of the car, folks. Here he comes.
Yeah, buddy, make some noise for Ethan Guptill. And the crowd goes wild. Dave Sturgis signs the first ever feature win flag for drivers at Wiscasset Speedway. Awesome job, Ethan. Take us back to 2 restarts ago when you lost second to Brad Babb, and I don't think that you thought you were going to wind up here, did you?
Man, after the first lap, I didn't know if I was going to win this one. Those restarts kept happening. Those were perfect timing. Luckily, my team gave me a good car this day. Today, Can't thank Ben enough. Ben has been a game changer this year. He's gotten me my best finishes so far, with this being my best. Can't thank my crew enough. Can't thank all my sponsors, Benny's Body Shop, VIP Tires and Service, OB Builders, Rockingham Boat, Stevens Land Management, Roy's All Steak Hamburgers. There's probably a few more I'm forgetting, but we'll get them next time.
What a run for Ethan Guptill, folks. How about Ryan Phillips? You had a side-by-side battle with Nick Hinckley for so long. Did that wear out the tires being side-by-side that long, and then you lost a couple spots, fell out of the top 3?
Yeah, we were maybe marginally quicker than Jim. I don't think we were getting around him unless he made a mistake. And then once we went to battle with the 15, we both used up our stuff to the point where we fell back. So I got to give a shout out to Brad. You know, before we took the green on that restart, I'm saying push me, and he hit me about as hard as he could to help keep me in position up there. So appreciate that. I don't know why the 14 had to drive through me. I was pretty patient with him for over a year. I'm just saying I don't appreciate it, but happy to see another first-time winner. So thank you to all my sponsors, Briggs Contracting, Southern Maine Pools, Mainly Karting, Apex Services, Atlantic Paving and Seal Coating. Thank you.
All right, that's Ryan Phillips, folks, winds up with runner-up honors. And then Jim Storis, can you take us back to that last restart that likely cost you the race?
Yeah, that was shocking. I'm used to coming off turn 4. We were side by side. The green flag come out, but I didn't know the line was there, so that's my fault. I apologize to my crew. We had a winning car. I want to thank Northeast, Rob Summers. Thank you for helping me out this week. Posco Racing and Gramps.
You've really got this car dialed in. The first time we saw you out here, you weren't that competitive, but you certainly are a top-notch car now.
Yeah, it's pretty good. We've been fighting this thing. We finally said we need some help. And I'd raced modifieds of the Tour Mod. We couldn't get it, so we sent it down to Rob at Northeast, and the car was really good today. I'm pretty happy.
Certainly was. Jim Storis, folks, leads the most laps, but winds up in 3rd place. That'll wrap it up for the Pepsi Spotlight 40-lap 207 Crate Mod main event. Jim Storis and Ryan Phillips will get you guys up here in front of the 14 for top 3 photos in Napa Coastal Auto Parts Victory Lane. Coastal Auto Parts has been in business since 1981, and they have 30 locations across the state of Maine. You can find the closest one in your area at www.capnapa.com. We'll send it back up to Ken Minot.
All right, thank you very much, Nick. We'll roll out the next class. It is the County Trust 4-cylinder Pros. Pro 4 is ready to go the regular 25-lap distance tonight. Lineup will have Darren Miranda at the point in the number 13 out of Etna. Then comes Jay Plummer out of Boothbay in the number 45. Sam Fogg, the rookie, top rookie in the class, is in the number 54 out of Gray. Dylan Anderson out of Warren in the number 81. Austin Spencer, another talented rookie out of Wilton in the number 11. Adam Taylor is in the number 8. He was tied for the division top winner last year. Roddy Romano in the number 3 out of Livermore, coming off his first podium finish. Then comes your May Driver of the Month, and already a 3-time winner, Chastity Shorty in the number 19. Your most recent winner, Max Parlin in the number 26. And Emmett Walker in the number 20 will fill out the field for the Pro 4s. After this race, we'll have some Kids Club winners to reel off here for you. All right, keeping the cars under caution pace one more time around. Getting everyone back in their spot. Let the back markers gain up to the tail end of the field. Talented group of young drivers here in this division. I believe maybe one or two of them might have their driver's license. The rest aren't old enough, but they're still out here hustling these race cars around this track at over 70 miles an hour. Lights off on the track, ready to go now. Johnny Black driving the Norm's Used Cars Ford Mustang pace car tonight. We go to the attention of Darren Miranda and Jay Plummer. Off and running. Good to have Adam Taylor back out there in the 8. He's always been fast, but blew up the motor in his primary car 2 weeks ago. Darren Miranda has his second year here in the Pro 4s. Got a little too wide out of turn number 2 and gave up the bottom side of the track. Jay Plummer takes over the lead. It's Plummer, Miranda, and Sam Fogg, 1, 2, 3, side by side for fourth. Between a couple of the division's top winners, Chastity Shorty moves up to the 4th position. Adam Taylor remains in 5th. Roddy Romano 6th, Max Parlin 7th. Max, most recent winner there in that red number 26. Chastity Shorty starting to go after 3rd. Had a run on Sam Fogg, but he'll open up the bottom side of the racetrack and put up little resistance to the number 19. Chastity moves up another spot. Jay Plummer, another one of those drivers in just his second year. Oh, around goes the 81 of Dylan Anderson out of turn 2. That's going to bring out the first caution. Was just mentioning that Jay Plummer there in the number 45, just his second year in this class, and has been really fast this season, looking for his first career win.
And he's got a bunch of raw fuel just dumping out of the exhaust. It looks like just trying to get that thing fired up. Yeah, she's not really on fire, folks. He's just trying to restart it. It's coming out the exhaust. Can't get her done, so they're calling the push truck to assist Dylan Anderson with starting her up. Oh, there he goes. He got it running. Six laps into it, 19 to go when we go green. But hey, fans, I know it's in the peak of summer, but I want to talk to you about getting ready for winter with Fisher snowplows. When winter hits Maine, you don't wait. You push back, and nobody helps you move more snow more reliably than Fisher snowplows. Built right here in New England for the toughest storms that we get. Fisher is stepping up big for 2026 as the presenting sponsor of Wiscasset Speedway, and they're teaming up all year long with fun promotions, giveaways, and support for our drivers.
Yeah, actually, we're going to be doing a new award next weekend that we're joining with Fisher to present. You know, our Driver of the Month highlights the drivers who win a lot of races and get to visit Victory Lane a lot, but Fisher is going to help us honor some drivers who are mid-pack, who work hard, hustle, keep grinding, but their results don't always match the effort that's put in. So we want to highlight some of those drivers, give them a chance at the spotlight. So it's the Fisher Snowplows Draft Program Keep Grinding Award. We're going to present our first winner of that award next weekend.
Yeah, that's right, Ken. So it's never too early to get ready for winter and be ready for when the snow flies with Fisher Snowplows. Ladies and gentlemen, when you're hurt in an accident, every day feels overwhelming. That's when Mainers turn to the name they know and trust. Mainers turn to the law offices of Joe Bornstein. Joe Bornstein, for over 50 years, Joe Bornstein's team has helped more than 25,000 injured people get the justice and compensation they deserve. There's only one phone number you need to know. It's 1-800-CALL-JOE.
Pace car is in. Green flag is back out. With Jay Plummer on point, Darren Miranda still there on the top side, and Chastity Shorty has moved into third, looking for her fourth win of the season already in 6 races. Again, cool with the modifieds, so we've had 5 winners in 6 weeks. But this class has been dominated by that young lady in the number 19. She comes into the weekend leading Jay Plummer by just 2 points. Plummer actually has gotten a couple heat wins, and that's proved important to him, and he's always been at or near the podium. So he leads, or Chastity Shorty leads him by 2 points coming into this weekend. Chastity looking low as they get out of turn number 2. Right there on the back bumper, but Plummer not showing the bottom side yet, but there it is. Even up as they get into turn 2 onto the back stretch. Side by side, top 2 drivers in the class. Around goes Rowdy Romano into turn number 1. That's going to bring out the second caution. Tight quarters heading into turn 1. Rowdy Romano locks it down and keeps from backing it into other cars getting by. Looks like he's got it fired back up. Just got to get her turned around in the right direction.
Yeah, it looked like Rowdy just got a little too aggressive driving in deep into turn 1. Sam Fogg had the position, and Rowdy touched his left rear wheel, pushing up a little tire smoke and locking up the front of Rowdy's car, sending him spinning. Luckily, no harm done. All the cars that were behind him got around with no contact. Hey Ken, can you tell us about how many top 3s Jay Plummer has this year? Because I don't recall seeing him up there too much. He just must be Mr. Consistent.
Yeah, he's been consistent. Season best second place run, and that was a month ago. He's got a couple podium finishes, 3 fourth place finishes, but actually has got a couple heat wins, which is important in a tight points battle. So as dominant as Chastity has been, Jay has been right there, not too far behind. So racked up and try it again now with 12 laps complete, basically halfway through this 25 lapper. Don't count out that pair of cars behind them, that Adam Taylor in the 8. He was our opening day winner. Max Parlin in the 26, your most recent winner. Jay Plummer holding strong up on the high side of that 19. And here comes Mad Max, or Frank as they like to call him. Frank is up there in the top 3, now ready to challenge for second. He's actually the fastest on the track right now. They definitely found some speed in that number 26. And no doubt some confidence out of that young man as he won 2 weeks ago. We'll see if he has anything for Chastity Shorty. Challenge her for the lead. He's got it closed in within a car length now. Around goes Ryder Romano. He lands the dismount, but stalls the car. He had it pointed in the right direction. Like I said, landed the dismount, but unfortunately stalled the car to bring out our third caution. Second, compliments of the 3 car spinning. Again, after this race, I'll have some Kids Club winners and some birthdays and anniversaries to pass along.
Hey fans, Wiscasset Speedway is teaming up with the Portland Sea Dogs. Enjoy a 9-inning vacation at the Portland Sea Dogs this summer. Catch the future stars of the Red Sox, Slugger the Sea Dog, and lots of family-friendly entertainment. Be sure to join the Sea Dogs on August 18th for racing night with Wiscasset Speedway.
Back at it once again, clean and green, and 3 cars going for the lead down into turn 3. A lot of jockeying for position back there in the middle of the pack. But everyone gets it worked out. But they're still working things out up in the lead pack. Chastity starting to pull away a little bit from that battle for second and third. Max Parlin can't quite clear the 45. Little contact. Max with a good save. That 45 car has been pushing up in the turns, and Max wisely switches sides and drops to the bottom. Smart move from the kid in the number 26. This time by 2 laps to go. White flag and one more time around for Chastity Shorty, looking for win number 4. And she is in control of things and will drive under the checkered flag. Number 1 out the window as she crosses under the checkers to grab her 4th win of the season and start to exert her dominance over this division. Her, I believe, 4th year in this class. We'll check things out here while they come around with the checkered flag. Yeah, Chastity's 4th year in this division. Last year was a 3-time winner and already now a 4-time winner here in 2026. Hey, if you hear your name, go see Penny down at the Ward and Son Builders Kids Club. We are looking for Dallas Weaver, Audrey Fuller, Caden Cusimano, Briley O'Donnell, Rocky Creamer, and Draco Pomeroy. Go see Penny at the Kids Club. Dallas Weaver, Audrey Fuller, Caden Cusimano, Briley O'Donnell, Rocky Creamer, and Draco Pomeroy. Also some, I was going to mention this. These cars are so tiny you can't see the car, but she makes sure you see that checkered flag when she's coming around Victory Lane Road. Let me see. Want to wish a happy birthday to Tucker Hayden. He was our junior official. He turns 7 years old tomorrow. Happy birthday, Nick Morton. Had a birthday yesterday. And happy anniversary today to Danny and Marianne. 34 years together. Congratulations. She had mentioned when she got her May Driver of the Month award that she was that little girl sitting up in the grandstands watching the likes of Kate Ray and a few other ladies down there racing, Nicole Benincasa, and she finally got up the courage to get down there and get in a race car herself, and it is paying dividends. And let's send things trackside. Nick Huff has got your winner.
Yeah, well, Ken, she's got a thing going with a secret admirer on the backstretch. She gets $100 every time, and she got another $100 cash right now for this win, so make some noise for Chastity. Yeah, I'm not really sure what the story is on the backside, but whoever it was that started giving you that on win number 1, I don't think they expected it to cost them this much halfway through the season, right? Oh. And Chastity, every time you win, you've got that finger out the window, so you must be racking up a good photo selection from Jason Dickey. Does he capture that every time?
Oh, yeah, for sure.
All right, so another $100. You're racking up quite the payday this season.
Yeah, for sure. That was unexpected. I thought it was just going to be my 3-in-a-row thing, but I guess not. So thank you to them. It's awesome. It definitely helps. But, yeah.
And who else do you want to thank on the 19 ride?
William Musherwink, R&K Auto Salvage, Anthony Automotive, Folsom Property, Folsom Lawn Care, Water's Edge, Central Maine Crane, Maine Mountain Timber Frame, Central Maine Equipment and Motorsports, Whitney Automotive, Pinkham's Cove Marine, Aunt Liz, my mom, grandfather, Travis, and my grandmother's here today for the first time when I win, so that's pretty cool.
All right, that is awesome. Chastity Shorty, win number 4 on the season and continues the points lead. Hey, Max Parlin, that was some crazy racing with Jay there. You guys crisscrossed each other and raced plenty of good, clean side-by-side stuff, so that looked like a fun time.
Yeah, it was pretty fun, but I almost cut him off when I was next to Shorty, or Chastity, whatever. And, sorry, and I feel sorry for that, so I'm sorry. But I thought it was a good race. But other than that, it was good. Yeah.
Yeah, just as long as you're having fun, that's what it's all about. Who do you want to thank that helps you on the 26 car?
Tuttle's Energy, Spring Curtis, Gramp, my dad, my mom, Sam, Papa, and my spotter, Adam, sorry. I couldn't think for a second, sorry.
All right, that's it from Max Parlin, a.k.a. Frank. And then how about Jay Plummer? Side by side with Max plenty and side by side with Chastity a lot, so that looked like a fun time out there.
It was definitely good, clean, hard racing. Just a couple places short again, but we're getting closer for sure.
Yeah, and you're staying in that hunt. You're still just second in the points hunt, so you're having a great, consistent season. Who do you want to thank that helps you on the 45 car?
Oh, I have to thank Crew Chief Winters, Connor Winters for spotting for me, Andy Hawk, F&A Enterprises, Wound Up Marine, a whole bunch of other people helped me out. Can't thank them enough.
All right, folks, that's Jay Plummer wrapping up the top 3. Make some noise for these Pro 4 guys. And we'll get these guys up in front of the 19 for top 3 photos in Coastal Auto Parts, Napa Victory Lane. And we'll prepare for the next class by sending it up to Ken Minot.
Thank you very much, Nick Huff. Congrats to our top 3 in Victory Lane. We're firing up the engines on the backstretch in the staging area and ready to bring out the Senior Tour Auto Racers, the Sportsman class, to continue tonight's race program. Beautiful evening here in coastal Maine. Glad you guys could join us on Fan Appreciation Night, and we do appreciate you and all your enthusiasm and your support here of Maine's biggest and fastest.
Here I come in my 57, she's a real low rider. Paid perfection with a custom engine painted black with flames. Ain't nobody gonna call that higher, I take.
Ooh. 20 laps ahead for the Sportsman division of the Senior Tour Auto Racers. Brian Calnan is in the number 5. Skip Stearns in the 1NH. John Mulcahy in the 68. Ken Archambault is in the number 23. Charlie Lima in the 2X. Michael Hayes in the 7. And Tony Mendoza in the number 38. Brian Calnan in the number 5 out of Hanson, Massachusetts, driving the 64 Chevelle. Had the lead for a brief moment, and then that's been taken over by the 68. That 68 is a 1968 Ford Mustang, driven by John Mulcahy out of Lakeville, Massachusetts. Beautiful rides they have out here tonight. Then you've got the ageless Charlie Lima in the number 2X. He's been at this for a long time. He's out of Bedford, New Bedford, Massachusetts, in a 37 Chevy Coupe. Three wide into turn number 1. Don't run over Mikey's Twinkies. 5 back up on track, but he's just going to pull it to the infield. Well, he got out of the way in the infield, but the caution already out. He has a flat tire, I believe.
Yeah, Ken, I thought he was going to be all right, but then he hit that drainage ditch, just barely dipped the tire into it. That looked like it took a hard bottoming out.
Not racing. Let's leave him right there to the end of the race, please.
So I think he was going to be good up until that happened. And that was the result of a 3-wide deal. So if any of you guys think that these guys are just putting on an exhibition race and not really going for it, you are wrong. That was the 5 of Brian Kalman, who was pinched in the middle of a 3-wide deal, touching tires, and sent him to the infield of turn 1 and 2.
Okay, he's going to stay right there for the remainder of the race, so we're going to go green next time around. John Mulcahy on the inside, Charlie Lima on the outside. And the Stars Tour Sportsman. Some of these guys sticking around tomorrow for Heritage and Horsepower. Seven of Michael Hayes starting to come up along the outside. Actually, I've got a name, Michael Kugler. So Michael Hayes is in the computer. Out of Hope Valley, Rhode Island. That blue car is a 39 Chevy Coupe. Everybody packed up tight. The 68 of Mulcahy still leading this race, but the 7 coming up alongside. Halfway to go in the Sean Kimball Invitational. Mulcahy grabbed that lead early on in this race and has not relinquished it yet, but that 7 still creeping up along the outside. I want to give a shout out to Skip Stearns there at the back of the field in that number 1 out of Londonderry, New Hampshire, 65 Chevy Nova. Mulcahy's starting to show some of the bottom of the race track, but Charlie Lima not ready to take advantage of that. A little bit of breathing room now for the 68. Always like hearing the stories behind these race cars, where they came from, and if they were actual race cars back in the day or replicas of special race cars. Two laps to go when they come to the stripe this time. Final time around. Let's see if anyone is going to be able to sneak in there and grab the win from the 68. Yeah, maybe these cars could go a little faster, but these guys are having fun, racing respectful, and showing off these rides. And a good job from the Star Tours sportsmen. And as is the case with some of our visiting tours, they might need some directions on where to go to victory lane. Our photographer, Jason Dickey, helping out with these guys. This is probably the most unique victory lane you'll find at a track here in New England. Most other tracks, they are right where they're supposed to be. Park it on the finish line, get out and celebrate. But here at Wiscasset Speedway, we do things a little bit different. We've got a little place we call Victory Lane Road to bring them right around here to the front stretch to celebrate with you guys. As the lights come on here at Maine's biggest and fastest, appreciate you guys being here with us this evening. And don't forget, we are racing next Saturday night on the 4th of July. We'll have American flags, we'll have race cars, we'll have burning rubber, we'll have all kinds of stuff. We're going to have fun. Going to have some fireworks too, of course. We'll have Group 2 in action, late models, strictly streets, road runners, and sport modifieds, plus 2 guest divisions, the Crown Vics and the Pro Truck Challenge will be in town. So that'll all be next Saturday here at Wiscasset Speedway. Please join us. The pit gate will open at 1. The grandstand gate will open at 3 o'clock for our season ticket holders, 4 o'clock for general admission, and green flag flies at 5 p.m. next Saturday evening. Wiscasset Speedway is proudly sponsored by Lincoln County News, locally owned, locally printed, and locally published right here in Lincoln County for more than 100 years. From selectmen meetings and business openings, local sports, and stories that make our towns unique, you'll always count on the paper to have the scoop. Pick up this week's edition at local newsstands or visit lcnme.com for headlines, subscription info, and more. Lincoln County News, your community, your news, your hometown paper. Well, they made it. Again, probably the most unique victory lane that they'll visit. Right here with you race fans to check out these cars up close, and you'll be able to do it again tomorrow with the Heritage and Horsepower. And here's one for the Ford folks. Got the Mustang here in P1 in Victory Lane, and let's send things trackside with Nick Huff in your top three.
And it's John Mulcahy in this beautiful Mustang. Let him hear it, folks. Car number 68. John, this is a Mustang, right?
Yes.
All right. It's absolutely beautiful. Oh, it's a 68 Mustang, hence the number. Mostly you see 1930s coupes like that turned into a mod, and then as far as like more current day compact cars, you see Vegas and Pintos, but this is beautiful bodywork on this Mustang. Tell us about the car.
I built the car myself. That's all.
I just love the styling, just leaving the hood there, stripping the fenders. Is it like a replica of an old real race car?
No, I haven't seen one like it. It's a Shelby hood, and I tried to have it resemble a Shelby, something different.
Oh, it's definitely different. So, yeah, I just didn't know if it was a real paint scheme or something. So it's all your creation.
Yeah.
Who do you want to thank that helped you win today?
I'd like to thank the Jordan family for having us here and Star Speedway.
All right, John Mulcahy from the Star Tour Senior Tour Auto Racers takes the win. Charlie Lima, a.k.a. Grumpy. He's laughing at that. He's not that grumpy today, luckily.
Right now, no.
He's got it painted over the driver's door. Charlie, why do they call you Grumpy?
Well, just talk to my wife and my daughter. They'll tell you the same thing.
But when you're behind the wheel of the race car, you're having a heck of a time, aren't you?
Yeah, it's been a good time, a lot of time, and it's a nice place to run around, you know.
You looking forward to tomorrow as well?
Yeah, it's been a nice day, and maybe the next day, too.
All right, that's Charlie Lima, folks. He's looking forward to Heritage and Horsepower tomorrow. And then I got to clear things up here. Is it Mike Kugler or Mike Hayes?
Kugler.
Kugler. All right, we had two names on that. So Mike Kugler, you almost had a photo finish there with Charlie. Great racing. Looked like a great time.
Oh, that was a blast. I could see them right there next to me, and I was trying everything I could do to hang on, but these guys just had more motor than me. I want to thank Wiscasset Speedway and all the fans. We came here last year for the first time. Coming back here was like coming home all the way from Rhode Island because you guys treat us like family. We can't be more thankful to come up here and have the opportunity to be here and do what we do out here.
All right, Mike Kugler, having a heck of a time at Wiscasset Speedway. We are glad you made the trek all the way from Rhode Island. Lots of those racers came from Massachusetts and New Hampshire as well. So how about one more big round of applause for the Senior Tour Auto Racers for their long trek to be here at the greatest track in the state of Maine. We'll send it back up to Ken Minot.
Thank you very much, Nick Huff. We'll have one more division of the Star Tour Modifieds in a little bit. But right now, let's go to the top shelf and bring out the TNL Automotive Pro Stocks.
Here comes the money.
Here we go. Money talk.
Here comes the money.
Yeah. Yeah, baby. Yeah.
Pro Stock set to go the regular 40-lap distance tonight. Yeah, folks, we'll do the 50-50 after this Pro Stock race. Somebody holding a ticket worth $635 tonight. All righty, your lineup for this one has James Osmond at the point in the number 05 out of Wiscasset, JT Thurlow out of Durham in the number 9, Andy Gilbert out of the woods of Jackman in the number 17, David Getchell out of Cornville in the number 88, Kelly Moore, the Hall of Famer from Scarborough in the number 47, Lightning Logan Melcher in the number 41 out of Fayette, Stephen Chicoine in the 01 from Windsor, Nick Hinckley is in the 15 out of Wiscasset, Kevin Douglas in the 32 out of Sydney. Tiger Colby in the 78. His grandfather, Charlie Colby, in the number 72. And Shane Lane drops to the back of the field in the 02 out of North Anson. Pace car in. Let's go Pro Stock Racing. Osmond and Thurlow. Osmond quickly disposes of the 9 car. Things stacking up a little bit behind Andy Gilbert. Around goes the 32. All right, there did not complete that lineup. Again, scoreboard showing the top 5 that crossed the line, but we did not complete that first lap, so we're going to go back to the original starting lineup. Yeah, that one started middle of the pack on the backstretch.
I think Andy Gilbert and Dave Getchell brushed doors, and there was a little bit of smoke between them down the back stretch. Not sure if it caused a chain checkup reaction. Kevin Douglas getting the short stick on that situation. James Osmond won his heat race. Made quick work of JT Thurlow at the drop of the green on this one, but JT may not be off his game as much this time. Let's see if JT Thurlow can keep to the challenge of James Osmond now with a complete reset. 0 laps in the books. It is a 40-lap feature, still all 40 to go, and the initial green is going to wave this time. James Osmond and JT Thurlow try it again. Same situation. Osmond clears, JT Thurlow pulls in line over the nose of Andy Gilbert, and there's single file for the top 3. Gilbert clears Getchell. On the first restart, Getchell was racy side by side. We're 3 wide deep in the pack. They get by Getchell. That was a close call between Melcher and Kevin Douglas. Yeah, Andy Gilbert holding his own in third with Kelly Moore putting the pressure on. Moore taking a look to the inside. Gilbert is going to be on defense as much as he can. We got a spin. The 72 at the rear of the field. Colby The grandfather, Charlie Colby, in the 72, brings out caution number 2.
Yeah, Charlie, a former Pro Stock champion many years ago. Let me see when that was. Yeah, Charlie's been racing here at Wiscasset Speedway since 1984. You do the math. He won his Pro Stock Championship in 2004. 29 career wins here at this racetrack.
So, Ken, he's been waiting over 40 years for his age to match his favorite number.
I saw him in the pits. I was making my way through the pits this afternoon, and it's the first time I had a chance to see these guys this season, so I went up to Charlie and said, hey, how's it feel to have your car number match your age finally? And he grinned. He said, I think it's pretty cool. There aren't too many guys still wheeling race cars in their 70s. Alan Moeller's one of them. Charlie Colby, of course, Boss Hogg, Dave St. Clair. Mike Rowe, yeah, he's still winning. Lights off on the pace car, ready to try it again with 3 laps complete. Osmond and Thurlow remain your lead pair. Thurlow tried to time it just right, but Osmond right there to withstand the challenge. They'll remain door to door into turn 3. I had a chance to talk to Logan Melcher earlier today and talking about Pro Stocks here at Wiscasset Speedway and the speed that they carry, and you're off the gas for maybe a second. You're up on the wheel. You're up on the wheel nearly in the entire lap. That's no other track here in the state you'll find them up to speed quite like they are here at Wiscasset Speedway. Double wide behind our leader. Thurlow still on the top side. Kelly Moore trying to sneak in there to grab a spot, and here comes Tiger. Tiger's been a multi-time late model sportsman winner, but has never won a Pro Stock race here. JT Thurlow finally gives it up and drops down into third just in front of Colby. James Osmond picked up this car about a month ago, and this, I believe, just his 3rd race in this car. Got the itch to get back behind the wheel of a Pro Stock. And he has got the Hall of Famer Kelly Moore on his bumper. Moore looks to the outside into turn 3. Here comes Tiger Colby, still marching toward the front. Had to start from the rear of the pack, but he's got 4 Dr. Feelgoods on that number 78 and has raced his way up into 3rd. Kelly Moore will take the lead over James Osmond that time, 2/100ths of a second. James trying to hold that spot, but Kelly just too strong. Can't quite clear him. Osmond gives him a little nudge into turn 1. Again a nudge into turn number 3. Moore tried to cut down across the nose. Cleared himself just a little too soon. Osmond's one of the few drivers that would be that gentle with somebody coming across their nose. And we've got a spin over in turn 4. It's Charlie Colby again in the number 72, and he's got her up on the curbing. Gets it backed off of there, and all 3 generations of the Colby family racing tonight. Tiger's dad, Chuck, will be in the Super Street feature later tonight. And I don't know if Charlie's calling it a night or we'll re-rack him with 14 laps complete. Yeah, Kelly clearing himself a little quick there over the nose of the 05, and James being a little more gentle with the 47 than some drivers might have been. But obviously still wanting to let him know he's there. Kelly's already been a feature winner this year, and then number 47. Ironically, in his Hall of Fame career, he only has 3 career wins here at Wiscasset, and they've all come within the last 3 years. And this is actually the track where he started his legendary racing career. Looking for the 0-1 of Stephen Chicoine as well.
Hey folks, we are grateful that the Portland Sea Dogs are a continued supporter of Wiscasset Speedway and partner. You can catch the future stars of the Red Sox at every Portland Sea Dogs game. And hang out with Slugger as well, Slugger and the Sea Dogs. Enjoy a 9-inning vacation. When it comes to the Portland Sea Dogs, you can get tickets and info at www.seadogs.com. That's seadogs.com for the Portland Sea Dogs.
Stephen Chicoine back up on the track to rejoin the field as we get ready to go. 14 complete out of 40. Little door slamming on the start of that one. And Moore takes the lead. Osmond's going to get stuck up on the high side. Tiger Colby sneaks in to challenge him for second. JT Thurlow's got a good race going as well in the number 9. He holds down fourth. Thurlow looking racing in the 9. Had a peek under the 0-5, but Osmond keeps the low side covered up. Kelly Moore came into this weekend just 2 points behind Logan Melcher, and he stands to grab the point lead if things shake out the way they're going. He was up by 2 points over Melcher coming into this feature race. And Melcher still mired back in traffic. He's back in the 7th position. No movement yet out of Hinckley and Melcher. They've been stuck mid-pack. Kevin Douglas as well, the winner of the BIW 100. James Osmond still got a race on his hands, trying to hold on for third and a long way to go to get there. Osmond with a good save out of turn number 4. Not going to let Thurlow take that spot from him. Keeping an eye on that battle between Thurlow and Osmond, and Osmond finally goes around. James has been getting beat up tonight here in that 0-5. And he's actually going to head down pit road. Not sure if there's any issues with the car. They'll check it over real quick. I see the crew running down there. Steven Chicoine wanting more work on the 0-1. He's going to head pit side.
The official newspaper of Wiscasset Speedway is the Lincoln County News. Over 100 years of local news, heritage, and authority. Wiscasset Speedway is proudly sponsored by the Lincoln County News. They are locally owned and operated and printed and locally published right here in Lincoln County. From selectmen's meetings and business openings to local sports and the stories that make our towns unique. You can always count on the paper to have the scoop. Pick up this week's edition at local newsstands or visit lcnme.com for Lincoln County News of Maine.
All right, they called that caution on the 9 of Thurlow and the 0-5 of Osmond, and Osmond is on his way back. Chicoine coming back as well. New pair up on the front row for this one with 23 complete. It's Kelly Moore and Tiger Colby. We'll line up side by side for this restart. Moore with a slow pace on this one.
Charlie Colby goes around again. They're trying to hold the yellow, but they can't. Yellow flag has to fly for a third time for Charlie Colby. And there is more damage to Osmond and JT Thurlow. They get a little piece of that action as they got pinched up close to the wall. I don't think they didn't touch the wall, but everybody kind of got funneled into one racing groove in between Charlie Colby, and they suffer from it.
Yeah, I think that might have been a product of that slow pace set by the lead pair. Sean Kimball, the race director, on top of that one, and we'll be passing it on to Kelly Moore and Tiger Colby to pick it up a little bit on those restarts. All right, they find their way behind the Norm's Used Cars Ford Mustang pace car and getting a couple laps for the repairs needed in the pits. Field crossing up for another retry. Osmond back on the track and ready to go once Good start this time, a little quicker and cleaner start. Moore and Colby side by side. Hinckley's now up to third. Melcher coming into the picture. Tiger going toe-to-toe with the Hall of Famer Kelly Moore. Moore's going to bring him wide out of turn 4. Kelly drove him up under the flag stand. Colby's going to tuck the bumper under the rear of the 47. Things settle down a little bit now. Moore with the lead. Colby second. Hinckley third. Kevin Douglas had an early spin. He's up to fourth. Front 5 pull away. Got a battle for 6 between Chicoine and Gilbert. Gilbert finally completes the pass and will move into the 6th position. This time by 10 laps to go. Was just about to say that nobody had tested the outside, but now Hinckley jumps out of line. Will he give up third to try to get around Tiger Colby? That he'll do. He's got a fender up alongside the 78. James Osmond heads down pit road. Only repeat winner in this class so far this year has been Nick Hinckley. But Kelly Moore trying to join him as a 2-time winner. Hinckley not giving up on that spot yet. He's going to keep it to the outside of Tiger Colby. But just not working for him, so he'll settle it back down into third. 5 laps to go for the 47. Looking to take over the point lead in the division after tonight. He's been a multi-time Busch North champion, but don't believe he's ever had a weekly racetrack championship. This time by to be 2 laps to go on the number 47. White laundry in the air, and one more time around for Kelly Moore. No challenge from Colby. Double checkers in the air. Kelly Moore will take the win, his 2nd of the season. Top 5 will stop at the back wall, but they've been instructed to take their cool down lap. Get those 50-50 tickets out. Somebody holding a ticket worth $635 tonight. They will get their durometer check from as I was mentioning, getting the tire check on the backstretch from our tech director, Brian Potter, and his assistant, Eddie Bellows. As things shaping up, one of those postcard sunsets in the backstretch here at Wiscasset Speedway. Couple more races to go, actually 3. We've got the Star Tour Modifieds, and we'll finish up with the Thunder 4 Minis and the Super Streets. Month of July is going to be a stacked month here at Wiscasset Speedway with some big races coming up. Looking ahead at the schedule, if I can get there, there we go. As I said, July 4th, we've got the Pro Trucks in town. Then July 11th, the Ladies Acceleration Tour will be in action here with group number 1. The 350 Smack Super Modifieds will be here in July. Saturday, July 18th, to be specific. Group 2 of the 350 Smack Super Modifieds. And our birthday night on Saturday, July 25th, presented by Darlings Brunswick Ford, will have our Super Street 100, a big month of racing here at Wiscasset Speedway. Check our website, wiscassetspeedway.com, for all the details on what's happening. Another one for the old guys as the 47 parks at P1. And we are just about ready to head down to Victory Lane. Nick Huff has got your winner.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, make some noise for Kelly Moore. Two wins this season, and with this win, he takes the points lead. Kelly Moore, Ken said you've never won a regular track championship. You've won like tour championships, but are you going for a Wiscasset champion? You're the new points leader with this win.
Well, yeah, we'll go for that. No, we've won a track championship up to Oxford.
Oh, okay, I guess maybe you meant Wiscasset, my bad.
No, not Wiscasset. No, that's great. I'm glad all you fans come out tonight. Appreciate it. Support the Jordans. It was a great race. Good racing with Chuck there. And in the 15 there, I know they were putting the pressure on me at the end there, so I had to kind of ball up a little bit more and get it going.
Yeah, it was just all about staying glued to the apron, wasn't it? So who do you got to thank on the 47?
Well, Jordan Excavation here, mainly. You know, the Jordans, they got behind me years ago, and they helped me a little bit now. Finish line floors and Danny Plant with the seafood company there. They appreciate it, and plus all these guys that help me on the crew here. They all dig every week. Whether I do good or bad, they dig with me. So, you know, that's what we had to do tonight. We had to dig to get that win, that's for sure. Appreciate it, Nick.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, Kelly Moore one more time with an impressive win in a hard-fought 40-lapper. Tiger Colby makes his return to Wiscasset Speedway, and the first time as a pro stock here. So, Tiger, not too shabby of an opening day for you.
No, not too bad. We made quite a few adjustments from practice to now. Got a little tight on me on the end. I thought I could have something for Kelly. I tried to crossover move and kind of brake check me, but that's all right. We'll get him next time.
Yeah, it was some entertaining stuff for sure. Anybody you want to thank that helps you on the car?
Yeah, I got to thank my grandfather. He let me borrow some parts so I could change over to a pro stock. If it wasn't for him and my dad and my mom and Mammy and my girlfriend and everyone that comes out and supports me and all you great fans, we couldn't do what we do here.
All right, folks, welcome back Tiger Colby and Nick Hinckley. You guys were all freight train bumper to bumper, and it was pretty risky to go to the top with Kevin Douglas right on your butt, but then he kind of fell back and you were able to fall back in line, but the top wasn't quite working as much as you had hoped?
Yeah, the car just tightened up. I don't know, from the start to the end, and every restart it just got a little bit tighter, so I thought I was going to have something there and be able to train both of them on the top, and then it just got too tight out there, but honestly, to come from the back, I'll take it. All the fenders are on it, so really got to thank all the guys down in the pits that helped me out. My wife, my boys, Ideal Portable Toilets, Coastal Automotive, and yeah, all you guys for coming out.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, Nick Hinckley, Tiger Colby, and Kelly Moore. And Nick Hinckley has one more thing to say.
And the biggest one I got to thank is Distance. I always forget him. I wouldn't be here without him, so.
Jeff Taylor, Distance Racing Products in Fairfield, that is. All right, get these guys up in front of the Plant Seafood number 47 for top 3 photos in Coastal Auto Parts Napa Victory Lane at Maine's biggest and fastest track. And who wants to win some cash money? Make some noise if you want to win some cash money, huh? How much? $635 goes to red ticket number 973422. Red ticket 973422. If it's not your number, don't throw them away just yet. We're going to pluck out a second ticket for another prize, as well as the winner right here has a half hour to claim it. If they don't, we'll draw off another ticket, so don't throw them away. One more time, red ticket 973422. We'll send it back up to Ken Minot.
Thank you very much, Nick Huff, and another entertaining race for the TNL Automotive Pro Stocks. Thank you to the Melcher family and TNL Automotive for putting your name on this division this season. The rumble of race cars on the backstretchers. We're ready to bring out the next group. It's the Star Tour Modifieds.
She's real fine, my 409. She's real fine, my 409, my 409. Well, I saved my pennies and I saved my dimes. Giddy up, 409. For I knew there would be a time. Giddy up, 409. When I would buy a brand new 409. Giddy up, 409. Giddy up, 409. Giddy up, 409. Giddy up, 409. Nothing can catch her, nothing can touch my 409. 409. Ooh, giddy up, giddy up. 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 When I take her to the track, she really
All right, we've got Mark Parmentier in the 00. Then comes Paul Jacques in the number 8. Both drivers out of Connecticut. Alan Zemla is in the number 43 out of Wyndham. Dwight Picard in the number 16 out of Lisbon Falls. Jamie Falcone out of Southborough, Massachusetts in the 10. James Young is in the 13 out of Goldsboro, Massachusetts. Dennis DeSauters in the number 2 out of Palmer, Massachusetts. Glenn Billings in the number 12X. Gary Moore in the 1. Henry Stample in the number 0 out of Plainville, Massachusetts. $20 laps ahead for the Star Modifieds. Paul Jacques in the number 8 turned the fast lap. These guys, yeah, like I said, the cars could maybe go a little faster, but they're racing them clean. 13's heading down pit road. That's James Young. He's going to drop out early. These guys still hustling around this track about 75 miles per hour. Dwight Pickard in the 16, one of the local guys. Actually, he's one of the car owners of Nick Hinckley's Modified, driving an old Dave Kudemarsh throwback scheme. That 0 picking his way up from the back of the field. It quickly moves into 4th. That's Henry Stample. Got one off the pace here onto the front stretch. That's the 12X of Glenn Billings. That's an old Brett Bodine Modified that Brett raced back in the day. We'll hit the halfway marker next time by the stripe. It'll make 10 laps down and 10 laps to go. Five-car breakaway. Keeping an eye on that 0. He has raced his way up from the back of the field and in 4th right now. Has been peaking over the high side of the racetrack. Again, some of these cars will be in the house tomorrow for Heritage and Horsepower as we celebrate all things racing and all things horsepower. We'll have 5 laps to go next time by. The lead pair has remained unchanged so far. Paul Jacques in the number 8. Out of Danville, Connecticut. Racing a 1937 Ford Coupe. Actually pulling away a little bit now from that 00 of Mark Parmentier. Parmentier is, that 00 is a 1965 Chevy Corvair. But now here comes Dwight Pickard. Again, that's a 72 Vega that is a throwback to a car built by Hall of Famer Dave Kudemarsh. Everybody stacked up tight and 2 laps to go. We'll get the white flag this time by. Final time down turn 3 and 4. Checkered flag is ready. Here they come. Dwight Picard gets the win. Paul Jacques is second in the number 8, and Henry Stample sneaks in there to grab the 3rd position. And I mentioned during the green flag action that Dwight Picard, driving that number 16, he's one of the, he and his brother, Doug Picard, are the car owners of Nick Hinckley's modified that he races. So it looks like we'll have just 1st and 2nd here in victory lane. Our 3rd place driver inadvertently went down to the pits. So with that said, let's send things down to Nick Huff one more time.
All right, while Dwight Picard is unstrapping and taking the helmet off, we did find our 50-50 winner. Can't remember his name, but they said he'd been coming here for 40 years trying to win the 50-50, and he finally did it. 40-year loyal Wiscasset Speedway fan picking up the 50-50 tonight. But I want to give away a 2nd prize for green ticket 930-59732. Green ticket 930-59732. Come on down and see me after victory lane if that's your ticket. All right, folks, here he comes. Make some noise for Dwight Picard. Picard Brothers Racing. Hey, good stuff, Dwight. I know you are a longtime supporter of Wiscasset Speedway, and for some of the fans that don't know, you own that modified that Nick Hinckley races. So,
my brother and
how much do you love it here?
This is great. This is the best. Yeah, these guys that I race with they're fun guys. This is a great club. I want to thank the Vanessa and Richard Jordan, all the track workers that work, all the guys that work here to make this work for us. Harold Hinckley, he welded on the car. That's what made it win. Two Moms Diner. Thank my wife for letting me doing it, my brother Doug for making it work the way it does.
All right, folks, Dwight Picard with the star win. And Paul Jakes, is that right, Paul Jakes? Yeah, that looked like some fun out there. It was a bit 3 wide there for 2nd and 3rd, right at the finish line, so some good stuff.
Got a little shaky towards the end, didn't want to stick anymore, so they caught me. And it was a good time, good race. You guys do a great job here. This could very well be one of my new favorite tracks.
Awesome, glad to hear it. You did a great job holding them off. Who do you want to thank that helps you on the 8 car?
B&M Engineering down in Brooklyn, Connecticut. See Mark, he'll take care of you. And that's about it. Other than that, it's a family-run operation. Jake's Racing. We do it for the old man.
Yeah, that's right. I'm glad you mentioned Connecticut because that's where this guy's from, folks. Paul Jakes came all the way from Connecticut to be here, so make some noise one more time for the Senior Tour Auto Racers. And they all hope you join them tomorrow in the pits from 10 to 3 for the Heritage and Horsepower Festival. Formerly called Summerfest, it is now the Heritage and Horsepower Festival tomorrow, celebrating Maine vintage racing, or New England vintage racing, and the history of this short track racing sport that we love. $5 on the pit side, 10 to 3, Heritage and Horsepower Festival happening at Wiscasset Speedway tomorrow. We only got the top 2 here. They're wrapping up photos in Coastal Auto Parts Napa Victory Lane as we prepare for the next class. We've got 2 more divisions left for the night. Don't go anywhere, folks. The Thunder 4 Minis, brought to you by Maine Army National Guard, are gearing up for competition next. Back up to Ken.
Maine Army National Guard Thunder 4 Minis set to take the track now for their 25-lap feature. Lineup for this one has Shane Weber, the Squirrel, former champion in the number 7 out of New Vineyard. Then comes Gregg Norton out of Lewiston in the number 19. Jeff Farrington out of Alna in the number 0X. Sean Bergeron from Leeds in the 73. Point leader Derek Cook in the number 88C out of Livermore. Donnie Fletcher in the number 88 out of Farmington. Ricky Austin in the 42X. He's been a winner here. And Nelson Stevens in the 7X fills out the field for the Thunder 4 Minis. The Thunder 4s and then Super Streets will wrap up the show tonight. Locked and loaded, ready to go with the Thunder 4s. Dave Sturgis checking them over in turn 4, and here they come. Green flag is out. Sean Bergeron bails out early. Just taking the green, and I guess he is done. Derek Cook has got a stranglehold on this class in the 88C. He's got a 34-point lead coming into tonight. Compliments of his 3 feature wins. But we have had 3 different winners in this class this season. Ricky Austin with a win. Derek's brother David Cook, the most recent winner, but not here. Not here tonight. Two-car breakaway for the lead. Shane Weber and Gregg Norton. You heard Norton during the pre-race interviews saying winning here at Wiscasset Speedway is on his bucket list. He's come close several times, but not quite yet. Derek Cook now in the clear in the 88C. Let's see if he can chase down that lead pair. There goes Bergeron once again down pit road. These guys turning lap times about 18.6, 18.7, 73 mile per hour average speed around this 3/8 mile track. These guys pretty well flat footing it all the way around this track. Derek Cook and Ricky Austin starting to close in on that lead pair. That interval down to about a half a second behind that combo of Weber and Norton. Going to make this a 4-car battle for the 3 spots in victory lane. And Sean Bergeron back on the track. Not sure what's up with the 73, but making it an interesting night. There goes Norton out around Weber finally. 19 cars in the lead. It's go time as Derek Cook has chased them down. They'll make it 12 complete out of 25 this next time by the stripe. Jeff Farrington right out under the flag stand. He nearly got into the wall coming out of turn 4 that time. Halfway as they come to the stripe, and Gregg Norton stretching out that lead. Weber's got his hands full now trying to hold off the 42 of Ricky Austin. Might have been some contact heading into turn 3. Half straightaway cushion now for the 19. 10 laps to go this time by. Cook and Austin get together into turn 1, but the beauty of front-wheel drive, they able to stay in it and pull away, but Cook has lost a lot of ground. Laps winding down and still maintaining that half straightaway lead is Gregg Norton. Second place still up for grabs. Weber's got it, but Ricky Austin coming up alongside in the 42. And 5 laps to go at the stripe. Put Austin in that spot at the line, 2/100ths of a second. But Weber staying right there with him. Norton picks his way by the 73 once again, as pretty big cushion so he can take his time. They've gone back and forth for that second and third place spot, but nobody challenging Gregg Norton late in this race. 2 laps to go when they come around this time. Ricky Austin able to retake second. I think Weber's starting to come undone in that 7. Can he make it around one more time and hold off Donnie Fletcher in the 88? Not sure if it's going to happen. Up front, though, first win at Wiscasset for Gregg Norton. If he can finish one more time around, Ricky Austin is not going to catch him. Austin turns the fastest lap of the race with 1 to go, but time runs out and Gregg Norton will take the win. Another first-time winner tonight here at Wiscasset Speedway. He's been a winner elsewhere, but first victory here at Maine's biggest and fastest. Ricky Austin ran out of time, turned the fastest lap of the race with 1 to go. But he'll take second. Shane Weber had an eventful race. He ends up in 3rd. Donnie Fletcher 4th, and Derek Cook, the point leader, 5th. He'll still leave here with the point lead, but that 34-point lead is shrinking over the last couple races. One more race to go, folks. Appreciate you guys, you diehards, sticking it out here with us tonight on this beautiful evening under the lights here at Maine's biggest and fastest. We'll finish up the show with the Darlings Brunswick Ford Super Streets. Hope you can be back here tomorrow to join us over on the pit side for Heritage and Horsepower. Just $5 to get in to catch that show. It's a car show. It's a celebration of all things horsepower, whether it be race cars or muscle cars, trucks, bikes. We'll have race cars from across the generations, old vintage cars and current race cars. A kids' carnival area, thanks to Penny and the Kids Club. A dunk tank where you can dunk your favorite driver. I believe we're going to have Logan Melcher on the dunk tank. We'll have David Greenleaf. I think Ryan Neal's going to do it. Andy Carhurl said he'll get up there. So a chance to dunk a driver. And I think we got a little contest between the drivers to see who can raise the most money. And we'll have Hall of Fame drivers in the house. Check out the newly updated Maine Motorsports Mobile Museum. Well, Nick must be good luck. He interviewed Ethan Guptill earlier today. He got his first win, and he interviewed Gregg Norton. Gregg was saying he wanted this win tonight, and sure enough, that old motor, here it is.
All right, all right. Yeah, Gregg Norton, the old 176,000-mile motor held up.
Yeah, I got to thank Ricky and Derek, because I was in limp mode during practice in the heat race. Come to find out, it was a cam sensor. We swapped it out. Car's got all kinds of power, smoking or not. I won. First win. Woo!
Yeah, first ever win at Wiscasset Speedway, and that's what I was going to ask you. You were much slower in the heat race. You had more smoke coming out of it in the heat race, so it seemed like you got the smoke situation figured out.
Oh, man, this thing was on rails. Man, I can't thank my boys enough. Noah and Owen, the wife Joanna, David Cook for giving me this 176,000-mile motor. Ricky, thank you guys so much for helping me out today, trying to figure the bugs out. Derek Cook also. Shane, he didn't run into me or nothing. Nice, clean race. He got really loose there. Looks like, in 1 or 2, and I was able to get by him. And, hey, we're in victory lane. This is awesome.
Nice job. Gregg Norton picks up his first win. Ricky Austin, you had your hands full. Some hard contact, some hard side-by-side racing. Tell us about that event.
Well, that's what it's all about. I mean, we're here to have a good time. I don't even know who come into me, but it was racing, hard racing. That's it.
That was a nice save. You were right sideways. Who do you want to thank for the successful finish?
I've been thanking my sponsors. I want to take the time and thank all you fans for coming out on Fan Appreciation. We couldn't be doing this without all you guys, so thank you very much.
Heck of a show. Nice run for Ricky Austin. And then Shane Weber. What was going on with your car in the closing laps? You were just barely hanging on for a top 3.
Well, in lineup, I didn't have a lot of charge. I told Gregg right there, I said, well, not even got 12 volts. I'm going to go till she dies. She left me hanging about, I got loose over there. He got around me. That was my own fault. But then I was, 20 down or something. She went in limp mode, no more juice. So I limped it in 4th for a couple laps. And I threw the old Dale Earnhardt block on my buddy Donnie. Sorry about that. I have to apologize when I get back down there. But he'll like it, and he loves it. I help everything I can to help him. He helps me. We hang out together. So I'll tell him I blocked him all the way last lap.
All right, that's Shane Weber, folks. Your top 3 in the Maine Army National Guard Thunder 4s. Good show with a first-time winner, Gregg Norton, celebrating in front of his car with Ricky Austin and Shane Weber, the squirrel. We got one more race still to go, folks. It's the Super Streets, brought to you by Darlings Brunswick Ford. Let's go, Ken Minot.
Bring them out. Let's go. Super Streets ready to go their regular 30-lap distance tonight. Lineup has Josh Hall in the 117, Caleb Emerson Maines in the number 4, Dan Nesmith is in the 48, Tyler Robbins in the 34, Kevin Douglas is in the number 43. Then comes Andy Caherl in the 19, Bubba Pelton in the 27, David Greenleaf is in the 58. He's your point leader coming into the weekend. Then comes your reigning champion, Noah Haggett, in the number 54. Brandon Jewett in the 77. His dad, Ben Jewett, is in the number 97. And Chuck Colby in the number 87, making his season debut. By the way, Jason Oakes not able to answer the bell here for the feature. So we'll start this one with 12 cars. Lights out at the line, and we are going to go green next time around. With Josh Hall, he had a good run in his heat race. David Greenleaf coming into the weekend with a 20-point lead over Noah Haggett and 28 points over Andy Caherl, who's in third. Caleb Emerson Maines for the new power plant under the hood of that number 4, but not getting any help from Tyler Robbins. He jacked him up, and we got cars spinning on the backstretch. Yeah, Tyler Robbins had the 4-car jacked right up, and a tough break for the 4 as he gets turned around.
Oh, Ken, I think the worst of it was Kevin Douglas in the 43. He hit the wall a ton.
Yeah, Kevin driving that Super Street for Peter Lint.
They are up there checking on him. But it didn't seem like Caleb Emerson Maines got... up to speed as well as Josh Hall. And yeah, I'd say Tyler Robbins was a little frustrated with the slow start on the outside groove, didn't want to get held up.
All right, just got a report from our EMT Tanya Bailey over on turn 3. Drivers are out and all good. Safety gear doing its job. So another Pro Body Works cleanup over there in turn number 3. We've got to go back to the original starting lineup minus any cars involved in this one and a few. Looks like David Greenleaf is up there. Not sure if Caleb Emerson Main's able to drive away from that. I think he might be over there in turn 4, but yeah, Kevin Douglas taking the worst of that one. Yeah, Caleb Emerson Main's backing up there against the wall up in the entrance to turn 3. Looks like somebody might have put a little bit of fluid down as well. They're calling for a little bit of speedy dry. Kevin will get a ride to the pit. There goes David Greenleaf, Andy Caherl, Emerson Maines.
Hey Ken, I want to take this quiet time to tell you and everybody that I plan to be in the next 2 Super Street races because I want to gear up for that Super Street 100. So you got to find a substitute announcer, I guess. I'm telling you for the first time right now.
Aha. Well, thank you for dropping that one in my lap.
Yep. So 2 weeks out will be a regular Super Street I'll use as a tune-up, but I really want to be a part of that Super Street 100 in 3 or 4 weeks.
Yeah, and actually, when you made your Wiscasset Super Street debut last year, you ran a couple. Was it a double feature night that you end up racing?
Yeah, I tried to capitalize on that. Feed the itch. I only hop in the driver's seat a couple times a year, and I appreciate you and the Jordans and all of Wiscasset for just letting me take off those couple nights a week to feed my racing itch and get back behind the wheel. And I hope I can put on a good show to the fans that I talk to on the mic every night.
All right, so they're putting the 43 of Douglas up on the rollback. Again, back to the original starting lineup, although they pulled the 34 of Tyler Robbins for starting that one. Yeah, Group 1 will be back in action in a couple weeks. That's going to be with the Ladies Acceleration Tour in town. Betty Nelson and her group. We've partnered up with them the last couple seasons. as she continues to grow that ladies tour. Want to thank our friends from Pro Body Works out here in Route 1 of Wiscasset for sponsoring our cleanup crew. When your car's in a wreck or just has a scratch, just needs a paint job, whatever, from just a little scratch up to a big job, a big wreck, they can take care of it over there at Pro Body Works. All right, cleanup is complete. They're checking to see if David Greenleaf's going to be able to make his way back up to the track. Want to give a shout out and a thank you to our dedicated infield safety crew. A lot of these guys volunteering their time to work on our crew and put in the work. And yeah, there's the damage on that race car. And a well-built race car always, or most often, will keep a driver safe, and fortunately did that for Kevin Douglas. Doesn't look like David Greenleaf's going to make it back as well. Andy Caherl did. But yeah, again, I want to give a shout out to our great infield safety crew. Again, for giving up their weekends to help keep this place running and clean up all the messes.
And this will be the first lap complete this time. Josh Hall is going to lead the first circuit. Bubba Pelton in second quite comfortably. They are pulling away from Noah Haggett, it looks like. Dan Nesmith in fourth. And it's Chuck Colby in his maiden voyage this season up into the top five. Oh, we've got a yellow for Caleb Emerson. Maine's, I think he might have brushed the wall, or he just shut down. Luckily, he did stay off the wall, but he can't make it to pit road. That thing is a sitting duck. The number 4 at the top of turn 4 now. He has coasted all the way around 3 and 4, but it looks like he's going to come to a stop right there.
Yeah, they got a new power plant in that 4 car. He lost the motor 4 weeks ago, and first time out, he missed the last race, and back out tonight, and things not going well for the bearded one.
Hey, I don't know how if it'll last for Josh Hall, but man, so far tonight, he's having the run of his life in the Super Street class. Picked up his heat race win, and he looks like no fluke right there. He's been holding his own against Bubba Pelton. He's won plenty of races in the Pro 4 class, but could he be en route to his very first Super Street win in his third year in the class? Josh Hall looking good in the 117. Only 2 laps in, though, folks. We have got 28 to go. Let's turn him loose one more time out of turn 4.
Yeah, going toe-to-toe with Bubba Pelton is no small job right there. As Josh Hall trying to hold on to the lead, but Pelton drives around him. Noah Haggett moves up alongside now as well. The champ is on the move. This class has produced 4 different winners in 5 races. Noah Haggett is the only repeat winner in this class with 2 feature wins. Bubba Pelton trying to become the 5th different winner. Bubba Pelton just turned the fast lap of the race with a 16.5, 81 mile per hour average. Strung out single file now. Haggett has taken over second. Josh Hall shuffled back to third. Chuck Colby fourth. Tyler Robbins holding fifth right now, but Dan Nesmith pressuring. Nesmith moves up alongside to try to take fifth away. Tyler Robbins right out under the flag stand. Pelton has settled into a good groove, maintaining that half straightaway cushion over Noah Haggett, about 0.8 of a second. Now Chuck Colby jumps out of line in the 87 to pull up alongside Josh Hall. Colby will drive around the 117 and move into third place. Yeah, it looks like Noah Haggett may be a little bit faster than Bubba Pelton. He's knocked that couple tenths off that lead. But getting to Pelton and getting by him are 2 totally different things. That old guy knows pretty near every trick in the books. Nearing halfway, we'll hit that next time around. Bubba Pelton, as I said, former champion in this division. I believe it was 3 years ago he took home the title. Josh Hall off the pace. Problems in the 117. He had a strong heat race and early going in this one, but the 117 may be done. Broken rear end on the 117. Comes out with 17 laps complete.
Yeah, let's just push him into the back entrance there if we can.
Last completed lap, Chuck Colby was actually the fastest car on the track with a 16.9. Pelton and Haggett turned 17 flats. So we're about to have a good race for the top three, it looks like. These guys separated by 1/10 in lap times. Tyler Robbins last time around turned a 17.2. Chuck Colby climbs up into the top three, and then there was quite a gap to the top two, so now we'll hit the reset button, and you can throw a blanket over the top three that are going to be duking it out. Hard knocks for sure. Bubba Pelton just recently made his Wiscasset Speedway return at the last Super Street race. This is only his second race of the season. Evidently, he's been busy with work at Davis Erector Groups, is what he told me. So we are happy to have him back, and he is back to his competitive fashion here, leading at lap 17. But Noah Haggett and Chuck Colby might have something to say about it here with 13 laps remaining. These Super Streets are brought to you by Darlings Brunswick Ford at Cook's Corner, your Mid-Coast headquarters for new and used Fords. From F-Series trucks built for the real Maine work to family-ready SUVs, your Mid-Coast Ford headquarters is Darlings Brunswick Ford.
Pace car is in, green flag is back out. Pelton and Haggett doing battle for the lead. Colby's got his hands full with Tyler Robbins in the 34. Noah Haggett's going to stay right there on the top side. Now we'll settle it back in behind the 27. Ten laps to go this time by the stripe.
Ken, Bubba Pelton must have been just toying with these guys because he was down to 17 flats, but now when the going gets tough, he's down to 16 sixes.
Yeah, like I said, veteran driver. He knows all the tricks in the book. Knows how to save his stuff for late in the race, and that's just what he's done. He's turned the wick back up on that number 27. We'll see if second and third get sorted out. Chuck Colby had closed ground on Noah Haggett. Hi, Dave. 5 laps to go. I thought he was waving at me. 5 laps to go.
I thought he was
Yeah. Chuck Colby closing in again on that number 54. Two laps to go when they come to the stripe this time, and Colby loading up for a challenge on the outside of Noah Haggett. Pulls a fender up alongside. Comfortable lead for Bubba Pelton. It'll just come down to who joins him in Coastal Auto Parts victory lane. White Laundry and one more lap to go. Colby with a little advantage on the outside as they come around 3 and 4 to the checkers. Pelton gets the win. Chuck Colby able to get around Noah Haggett to take second place by just 1/10 of a second. All right, one more tire check at the back wall, and we will send our top 3 around here to Coastal Auto Parts victory lane.
Yeah, and one more time that I have to set up those dang signs, Ken. I love 7 feature nights.
You got to talk to the guy who made those things.
Yeah, it was my idea. Silly me.
Yeah, appreciate you guys joining us here on Group 1 Fan Appreciation Night. We do appreciate you and your loyalty to Wiscasset Speedway, whether it's whether you've been here for 40 years or whether it's your first time. We appreciate you and we hope you come back next week to join us. We'll be here for July 4th, a little bit of fun here on the track and celebrating America's 250th birthday with Group 2 and some Crown Vics and some Pro Trucks and some fireworks. Again, the pit gate will open up at 1 o'clock. The grandstand's 3 o'clock for the season ticket holders, 4 o'clock general admission, and green flag flies at 5 o'clock on all the action next Saturday night.
Hey!
We only have one neck. You can't run both.
One more celebration here in Victory Lane. Packed show, but glad you guys are here with us on this beautiful evening. One more time, let's go down to Nick Huff. We got another one for the old guys.
Yeah, in
Bubba
only his
parks at
second
P1.
appearance of the season, Bubba Pelton is back to his winning ways. He's a champion from a couple of years ago, and Bubba, we're glad to have you back, but you just toying with these guys. Before that last restart, you were doing 17 flat, and then after the restart, when you had to make sure you beat them guys, you got it down to 16.6. So what's going on here?
Well, I had a lot of pressure from that guy here, the point leader, I think.
So you had some in reserve?
Oh, I don't know about that. I was just going for it. Had it all I could do. But no, it was a good race. Glad knows he was good to me, so glad to be back. We're back.
He's back, baby. Who do you got to thank, Bubba, on the 27 ride?
Oh, I got to thank my crew first, wife, daughter, Dave's not here tonight. Ryan and them guys are here. My daughter, Chad, his girlfriend, Julia, Danny. Thank them all. They come to help me. Rest of my crew, some of them not here, can't make it. So them guys, they've been here the last couple of weeks. Chad's on the radio doing a real good job. Glad to have them. And I thank Davis Erector Group, of course. Zach Howe Construction. Get it right this time. And RPM Racing Engines, that obviously it's got good power, so hold them guys off.
Yeah, she sounds good. Not going to lie, Bubba. Nice win. Bubba Pelton, ladies and gentlemen. What do you got, another one?
I got one more to thank. My buddy Peter Hallinan, he's here somewhere, so I almost forgot him.
All right, Bubba Pelton takes the win. But how about this exciting finish? Both of them, high, wide, and handsome, under the flag stand, sideways at the line. Chuck Colby, you beat him by a whisker. Tell us about that.
Actually, I had a lot of fun racing this one tonight, so I'm glad I'm back and doing it again. So we're going to keep it up for the rest of the year and go from there.
What's the deal with this car? Where'd it come from? And where you been this whole time?
This thing was just a pile we started with, and we cut it up and did all kinds of stuff to it and got it together and used it as a super street. So we've been running it at Oxford a little bit. My father was, and then we ended up buying it off of him now. So I'm running it here, and we're going to stay here and race. So, yep.
All right, Chuck Colby, glad to have you back, my man. Thank you very much. No. You tried to make the 54 as wide as possible, but it was good, clean racing and exciting for the fans at the end.
Yeah, that was fun. Those guys are two of the best, good guys to race with, and I thought it was going pretty good. Right before the caution, I thought I was catching him a little bit, and then we got that caution and just freed up way too much. But yeah, good racing with them guys. That was fun, and I just want to thank everyone that helps out. Laid Back Lumber, Red Eats, K&A Property Services, Ideal Portal Toilets, Ace Well Service, Kelly Bros, Tom Cost, Coastal Automotive Welding, Bryant Line Construction, James Osmond, Brett Osmond, my parents, my grandparents, just everyone who's helped. Thank you.
All right, that's Noah Haggett, folks, the reigning champion from last year. He's got 2 feature wins this season, but he settles for 3rd tonight. That's going to do it on this exciting 7-feature evening at Wiscasset Speedway. We'll see you next Saturday for more racing, but we can also see you tomorrow for the Horsepower and Heritage Festival from 10 to 3. Tomorrow on the pit side, $5. Don't miss it, folks. Wiscasset Speedway, Maine's biggest and fastest track. Ken Mine, why don't you take us home kindly?
All right, thank you once again, Nick Huff. Appreciate you, and thank you to everyone for showing up tonight for Group 1 Fan Appreciation Night. Congratulations to all our winners. Keep an eye on our website, wiscassetspeedway.com, for all the official finishes, schedule updates, tech reports, and all the stuff going on here at Maine's biggest and fastest. So one final time on behalf of Richard and Vanessa Jordan and the entire staff, thank you for being here. Have a great rest of your weekend. We'll hopefully see some of you tomorrow at Heritage and Horsepower. Until then, travel safely. Good night.